agenda or as otherwise determined. Tonight we have Councilmember Fry attending remotely through the need. My understanding is that Councilmember Chamberlain will not be here tonight. Finally, an ongoing reminder that questions or comments by the public may be submitted on any item at any time by email to city.council@bremertonwater.gov, and Zoom recordings of study sessions will also be available online within a few days following the meeting. Okay, after we got all that out of the way, I'd like to welcome Contracts Administrator Melinda Monroe and representatives from Waste Management, Public Sector Manager Han Kirkland, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, and Public Education Outreach Coordinator Priscilla Tran. I actually only see one person from Waste Management.
Yeah.
And you're here to present item A1, so go ahead, take it away.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Han Kirkland. I am the WM Contract Manager for the City of Bremerton's Solid Waste, Recycling, and Organics contract. So while I'm new to the Bremerton contract, due to Laura's recent retirement, I've been with WM for 5 years. And prior to that, I was with the City of Tukwila for 21 years in Public Works. So in addition to Priscilla presenting tonight on the education and outreach, I just wanted to, thank you all for being our partner. And so in addition to the outreach, we are happy to support city events through memberships, in-kind services. I know we recently supported the Armed Forces Day Parade, the Kitsap County's Sinclair Inlet cleanup, and then we'll be there for Beautify Bremerton and the Blackberry Festival. So with that, thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to working with you and Melinda on all things solid waste. And with me tonight online is Priscilla. She'll present our education. She is our education and outreach coordinator. And so she'll present the plan, and happy to answer any questions that you may have afterwards.
Okay, great. Melinda, you want to say anything before we start with the presentation?
Well, just really happy to introduce Han and Priscilla here, and I'm just standing by to answer any questions that you have about the outreach or any other solid waste questions.
Okay, great. Priscilla, I'll let you take it away.
Great, thank you very much. It's great to meet everyone. I'm going to share my screen. We have a little bit of a PowerPoint for you guys. Shouldn't take up too much of our time, but it'll be helpful just to get to know everything that we've done the last year and what we're going to transition into this year. So we'll get started with our outreach plan. Han did a really great job at letting you guys know a little bit of what we did, the things that we contributed to the last year. And it's been a really great opportunity. This is Rianne in our photo. She was a previous outreach coordinator in this position, which some of you may have worked with. And she's a rock star. She's moved up in the company, so congratulations to her. So I'm very excited to take over this position and to learn a lot more about Bremerton through all of our outreach opportunities that we have. But going into 2024, last year, Rand and the interns conducted a lot of outreach. They visited 45 local businesses in Bremerton, and this ranged from restaurants to retail shops to gas stations. And their goal was to just address contamination across all of the waste streams. So they did a lot of on-site waste audits. They did a lot of observations, and the interns were able to provide really tailored guidance to better waste management practices. And their efforts were actually also recognized in the Kitsap Sun, which is a local Bremerton news company. And Emma Anderson was actually a Bremerton resident. She grew up in Bremerton, so it was really, really cool for her to go back to her community and do a lot of environmental outreach there. So that was a really cool connection that we had. And then we also went to the farmers market and the kids day, where we held a table to help educate educate residents on recycling and composting benefits. And it was really cool for the interns to be able to interact with the community and have a more hands-on experience with their community members and help them answer more questions. So we had sorting games set up, we had a spinning wheel set up, and we were able to answer questions on recycling lists, the organics management law, low waste alternatives, and a little bit more about our materials recover facility as well. And then we also worked with 5 multifamily properties. We launched an email campaign, and all of those campaigns had tips on recycling resources. We had an education packet in there. We had waste reduction tips, illegal dumping tips, and then opportunities to install locked or slotted lids to decrease contamination. So this was a really cool opportunity for us to get into more of the resident side of things, work with those larger communities, larger properties, and work with a lot of people and address a lot of our education to a bigger group of people. So we definitely really wanted to emphasize this in our upcoming 2025 outreach plan. So our goal this year is going to be focused towards recycling and composting outreach for multifamily properties. So we really want to, I see Denise is very happy, but we really want to put a large emphasis on multifamily properties this year, and we're going to reuse our interns. So we'll have a day in Bremerton where we all go out and we'll conduct multifamily site visits and find properties with high levels of contamination and really target those communities. We also want to conduct visual waste audits, so we can really just look into their all of their carts and see what the contamination is, so we can find really specific areas or find ways that we can give them education that is really tailored towards what the contamination is at each location. So we're going to focus on our 4 C's approach, which is convenience, clarity, color, and co-location again. So it'll be not only a great opportunity for the interns to learn more, but also a really great opportunity for Bremerton residents as well. We also hope to have another farmers market presence, and that'll just be me. So I'll host an educational booth again, and that'll focus on the composting and recycling benefits as well. And then just handing out guidelines to all of our Bremerton residents that visit, and then also remind residents of different rates and billings as well. And then we also have our 2026 annual mailing guide that'll go out in November of 2025. And this is a list that'll go out to all of the Bremerton residents of the updated recycling lists, yard waste guidelines, and then also reminders of rates and billings as well. So that's kind of our plan that we have for 2025. And then I also do want to remind everyone as well, we do have our Cascade Recycling Center tours, but this one's kind of catered towards more of just like a materials recovery facility tour. So if any of your WM customers in Bremerton are curious about what happens to their recyclables after they're collected, we offer virtual tours to city employees, elected officials, residents, anyone. And we'll explain the meaning behind acceptable recycling lists and what happens to materials once they leave our facility. And then we'll also discuss the importance of keeping all of our recycling carts plastic bag free, garden hose free, all of those other Tangler holiday lights, keeping those out of your bins. And then we really hope that our tour is more about connecting with our customers and exploring ways that we can make our communities more sustainable. So we do have our next in-person tour this Friday, May 30th, which I know is kind of a late update, but we do have a virtual tour August 29th, which if anybody's open to coming or interested, you can let me know, Han know, or you can visit wmnorthwest.com/Cascade Recycling, and then you can sign up for our tour there. And that's our proposed plan. I'll turn it back to Han to wrap us up, but thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so we'll be working with Melinda on that plan. I believe they'll be out here. I can't remember the month, Priscilla, if we have the month yet, but we'd love to, if anyone wants to meet the interns or whatever, let us know. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So again, council, just remind you, this is an information only presentation, nothing to vote on. And it's basically to tell us about waste management outreach, which is required in our contract for this upcoming year. So if you have questions on the outreach plan, go ahead, Jane.
What's your outreach when there's snow and you're unable to provide service?
Yeah, so our inclement weather protocol typically the district manager, we have all these like short. So the district manager and the route managers will drive the route starting at 2 or 3 in the morning. If they deem that it's unsafe for the drivers to be out there, we typically will make that call before 6 a.m. Our notification process is to the Public Works department, PIO, whoever, and then whether or not we're going to go run that day or not. And then after that, we get everything queued up into our service alerts, which is on our website. And so if you sign up for a WM account, you can also get notifications on the phone to let you know that the service is going to be canceled that day. By the end of the day, everybody gets an outbound message to say what the recovery plan is, and it's typically double the next service day. And then, so I know we typically, when we talk about inclement weather, it's winter related, but now with all the heat, sometimes we may need to, delay services for an hour or so, or no, I'm not sorry. We need to move it up an hour so that we can get the drivers out of the full heat of the day. And so again, we would get permission to start early to get the drivers out of the heat.
So residents need to sign up for service alerts.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. And on our website, WM Northwest /Bremerton, you'll find where a QR code where you can download the app. You can sign up for the account online. And so you can, with that app, you can get information on where, the driver is, the service, you can report a miss and pay online. There's a lot of stuff you can do on there.
Yeah, mostly people, we got a lot of, especially newer residents, just unaware of the terrain you have to travel to get to the transfer facilities. So
Yeah.
they didn't understand why we didn't get service. So.
Yeah, and typically they do it for the whole region, and it is tough because, like in your neighborhood, it could be night, clear, but then a block or two down the road, it's slippery and it's just not safe. Our trucks are, I think 76,000 pounds when it's full. So definitely, I get a lot of, well, UPS made it. Well, it's not a full garbage truck, and you definitely don't want to go against one of those.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Jeff, and then on.
Sounds good. First, I use the app. It's awesome.
Awesome.
Even more, I really do appreciate the mailer. It sits on our fridge, and when my husband puts the recycling and trash checklist together, I got to pull it out and say, "Look, it's 2 feet." And I don't know if I get 2 marriage points or I lose 2, but either way, it's handy.
They wrote it on my camp.
That's right. My question's always about social media outreach. Just a lot of people get their information that way.
Sure.
And what kind of process exists, especially for delayed pickups or days like that, for posting and then getting it on the city's social media?
Yeah, definitely. That's something that as we do the service alerts, we can make sure we're working with Melinda and the communications team to push that out on the city's channels as well.
And we do usually notify Civic Plus, so then if you follow me and subscribe to Civic Plus through our website, which I think also links to our social media. I'll have to double check that with Kelsey, but I believe that's the case.
Okay.
But certainly I know that you'll get a Civic Plus notice.
Yeah. Because you should go out on Facebook and all people hit share and it goes to the neighborhood groups and really quickly everyone knows.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Anna?
Thanks. Hi. Thank you for this program. And you run this on quite a shoestring budget, right? It was like $5,000 last year, $5,000.
Oh, our in-kind donations. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's just basically, So it's, I think there are some contractual items events that we participate in, but others I think are just nonprofits groups. And so,
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. And I thought it was really great that the Kitsap Sun covered your interns, but I was wondering what data you have found that on what effect the education by the interns on commercial and multifamily properties had on the composition of the waste stream.
Well, I know when I was looking at the diversion rates, the residential stayed about, it was slightly down. Garbage and recycle was up, but organics was up. For the multifamily sector, it stayed steady. So about
Here in Bremerton?
yes, yeah. So this is Bremerton. So it was 7.9, I believe, percent, 6. So that stayed the same in the multifamily sector, but for the commercial sector, there was a big jump in that. So it was 9.5 diversion rate. So that's the material that's not sent to a landfill. It's
Right.
repurposed and reused. And so last year it was up not to 9.9%. And so the garbage and recycling tonnage was down, but organics saw almost a double. So it went from 14.9 to 31%. So that, along with the organics management law, getting the word out on that, to divert organics from the landfill. They do, and I can't remember if they're in the annual report, they had metrics on there. So I will check with that and get that to you.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really happy to hear that it actually affected the composition of the waste stream. That's really good news. And just my last question is, you're doing community outreach at the craft market on Thursdays?
On Thursday, or one of the farmers market. I'm not sure if we have a date nailed down yet, but we will be out
Yeah,
there with our interns.
one of the Thursdays.
Yeah.
Are you doing anywhere else?
I'm not sure if what we have planned for if we're going to be at the Blackberry Festival or not, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But you will be reaching out to all of the multifamily properties and commercial properties throughout Bremerton and scheduling appointments for on-site audits, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Priscilla, do
Thank
we
you,
have
Melinda.
yeah that
Yeah.
specific number yet on the properties we'll be visiting?
Yeah, so I've reached out to the Bremerton ops team and they've supplied me a list of the top 20 multifamily multifamily properties. So I do have the name of all of the properties that we'd like to visit, but I do want to sprinkle in a couple more here and there, which I'll find in my own time because I think it's important to focus on the higher contaminating areas, but also still giving education to those who are doing a good job and still talking about them and getting them into organics maybe or something. So we definitely want to spread it out, but we do have a list of the top contaminators, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Denise?
Some of my questions were answered. Thank you so much. And Priscilla, yes, I am thrilled about a continued and possibly even greater focus on multifamily. Bremerton, as you probably know, is seeing denser housing and more multifamily developments will be coming in. And we certainly want to promote recycling. And thank you for the statistics. So with that, I'll say thank you.
Good. Any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing none. Hey, thank you very much for attending our meeting and giving us this informational briefing on your outreach. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And you
for
guys
that.
did a really good job.
Thank you. And Melinda has my contact information at cards as well. So reach out whenever.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
again.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Gina, do you charge per second recycle bin?
I am not, let me get back to you on that.
You recycle a lot.
Okay.
If you have excess, you can put it in a cardboard box with your recycle.
We do that
Yeah.
too, but
Okay.
we have like 3 boxes.
Oh, wow.
One time I did get them to agree to do it for me a second. Okay, now we're going to turn to our agenda bill briefings. Our first item up. I'd like to welcome our public access manager, Ms. Colleen Miko, here to present item B1, which is the ordinance to approve extension of cable television franchise agreement with Wave Division 4 LLC, Astound Broadband. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the franchise agreement that the city has with Astound. It expired at the end of December, and we'd like to extend it to March of 26 so that we have time for our negotiating team to craft a new agreement.
Okay. You all had a chance to read the agreement in your packet. Do you have any questions?
So it's to come through finance. Sorry, we touched on it briefly. I don't think we saw the full contract. The main question we had was if there was any ability for us to require Astound to expand to other parts of the city, as part of the franchise agreement, so there's more competition with other providers. I don't know if you ever look into that. See,
I wasn't able to look into that. I know that yesterday that was discussed.
yeah, just yesterday.
And so I believe Michael Rea was going to be talking with Stan about that possibility. One of the things that we want to ask for in the course of negotiating the new agreement is what their current service map is. So that we can get a feel for where they are now, and of course we'd be asking where they'd be expanding their cable to.
I think it's only extended out about 9 months from where we are now, so provides time for that, which is fine. The other question I had was, the new has expired in December 2024. I guess what does that mean to have been expired for 4 or 5 months now for a franchise agreement?
I think that would be a question for legal.
Okay.
But during that time, we've been talking to Stan about the extension and their willingness to. So we've been in communication with them the whole time.
Okay.
In its regard to bring it to this point.
Jane?
No, Jeff asked the questions that I was.
Any other questions or comments?
Thanks for asking about extending it.
So my understanding is if, when you have an agreement like this, we've had this before in the city, it has expired, it's like, whoops, we need to extend. The conditions, the terms just extend until we have a chance. So it sounds like now we're doing a little housekeeping. We're going to extend this until we say 2026. And then we're going to maybe renegotiate, and that's when you're going to have potentially new terms, right? That, yeah, I understand. Okay. How do we want to treat this item?
Consent.
Go with consent.
Consent it is.
Really?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consent.
All right. First, we all are in anticipation. We got 3 comp plan type deals tonight. So we're going to pace ourselves accordingly, right, Council?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'd like to welcome Mr. Powell here, present items B2 and B3. First one is the contract award to Sound Pacific Construction LLC for the Central Bremerton Force Main Replacement Project. Mr. Powell, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, members of council. So the Central Bremerton Force Main project started in December 2023. It's been a journey to get to this point. We've got a grant to fund this project. The design went, quickly and successfully. I think it's been a looking effort. We published the advertisement on April 1st for contractors to bid on this project. Open bids May 7th. There were 4 bidders. Low bid was this contractor, Sound Pacific Construction. We went through our due diligence to check the references. We're one of the better references because they've done work for us before, so we're confident with this contractor. And so in fact, the 4 bids were pretty close, which is a testament to the quality of the plan and specifications. So we had a job walk with the contractors, walk the job, and we've already done some public outreach with the residents along the route. I go out there and meet with the contractor. People kind of start coming out of their houses and like, hey, what's going on? And so we're confident this project is gonna really go pretty well, at least at this point. So our recommended motion is to move forward with the contract for the Central Bremerton Force Main Replacement Project to Sound Pacific Construction LLC in the amount of $3,699,974.46, including tax, and authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the agreement with substantially the same terms and conditions as
Jane, was this discussed under Public Works?
Numerous times.
Okay. Any concerns or questions?
Nope.
All right. Anyone else on the council have any questions or concerns?
Point out significantly less than the 7 million we got from the DCIP grant, which is nice. We talked briefly on if we can spend that extra money anyway. It doesn't look like we can, but they rolled next time we apply. It'll be good.
We got plenty
Yeah.
of money in the contract.
Yeah.
In grant to finish the project. So that's good news.
Yeah.
All right, not hearing or seeing any other questions or concerns, how do we want to treat this item?
Consent.
Consent it is. Probably you have the next item, which is a professional service agreement with CONSOR North America Incorporated for the Eastside Treatment Plant UV replacement project. Go ahead.
Yeah, this project is taking kind of a long time to get to this point where we're actually have a consultant to design this project. And we went through a competitive process to select this consultant. They did the 30% design on this back when Train with the design build contract with Train with CONSOR as their engineering consultant. And so we have a 30% design, which is an advantage for us at this point. But this project is really schedule constrained in 3 different ways. That we have to build this project in the summertime. We can't do it in the wintertime. There's long lead times for the equipment. The UV system is about $600,000. We're gonna have to pre-purchase this equipment. And then the other constraint is Ecology's review process, because they have to review and approve the pre-purchase package before we can, purchase the equipment. In order to meet that timeline, we need to have a pre-purchase package to Ecology by August 1st. That's fast for this project. So that's not the design, it's just the pre-purchase package. So I've talked to the consultant, talked internally, we think we can do that, that schedule. We're kind of spreading the needle a little bit. If something goes awry, then this project may sit on ice for another year, and we won't construct it until 2027. The good news is that the wastewater plant is fully capable of treating the wastewater, even with that 1 year delay. So we're not at risk of violating our NPDES permit. So we need to move forward with this professional services contract with CONSOR. And our recommended motion is to move to approve the professional services agreement for the Eastside wastewater treatment plant UV replacement project with CONSOR North America in the amount of $637,239, and authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the agreement with substantially the same terms and conditions as presented. And I will say that the price for CONSOR to do this work did not start out at $600,000; it was more like $800,000. We went into their scope of work and looked at it hard and negotiated with them down to this price. We think this is a good price for this design. Plus the timeline, they're going to have to really scramble to get this done for us.
Okay. Thank you. Jane, this go before Public Works.
Yes, it did.
Questions or concerns?
Yeah, I just wanted you to go over again the funding for this. Is this all coming out of
An ecology low interest fund? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we came to you with the resolution, 2 meetings ago to ratify the contract. And that still isn't processed. We haven't quite gotten there yet, but it's in the works with ecology.
and we have enough funds to cover all the invoices for this consultant until the ecology gives us the money, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to remind you of that.
Any other questions or concerns from the council? Seeing none, how do we want to treat this item?
Consent.
Okay, consent it
Yep.
is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome our engineering project manager, Mr. David Dinton, here to present item B4, contract with Active Construction Incorporated for the Kitsap Lake Stormwater Treatment Retrofit Project. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, council. So I have a one-page slide. I'm not sure if it was put in the agenda, and I'm not sure that we can put it on screen.
No,
I don't see Mike Riley, so we can I can just read from it. I do have copies.
It's in there. It's in their
That's
agenda. I
that's
remember seeing it. It's there.
Truncated version. Okay.
It's on, also, it's in there. Just scan. Do your,
You saying this is
Yeah.
truncated?
Oh,
Okay,
But there,
all right.
I can either hand these out or
Page
just,
54 of the packet.
Yeah.
you might.
Is that a whole set or is that just one?
Just single sheet.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Absolutely.
At least management is left, so we don't have to worry about the whole return.
Okay, so.
We have this.
So, today we have a construction contract, we're asking for moving forward with. It's a stormwater treatment retrofit to Kitsap with, 6 valves, 4 separate outfalls. For purposes of mainly phosphorus removal. And then a system, lake cleanup. We opened bids for construction on May 13. We got a total of 7. Active construction is a low bidder with a price of 1.97 million. And the engineer's estimate was 2.3 million. Our total project budget's 3.2. It's a water quality grant, funded at 2.5 million. And we anticipate construction starting on August 16. That's largely due to the long lead time for the vaults. We hope to be done by mid-December. That's it. Nutshell.
Okay, again, Jane, what was discussed?
is discussed, and I just have one concern. And that's where active construction has so many projects under contract in the city. I want to be sure that they have enough staff and the ability to juggle all these contracts, especially ones that have fish windows or different
And there's
areas
the
that they
next
have
item
to.
is active, right?
Yeah, and the fact that's already the roundabout. They've got Quincy Square, got this.
I agree. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and that's my biggest concern.
It's their responsibility to demonstrate their workload, and if they didn't feel they had capacity, then they shouldn't have applied and meet the value and select based on cost of qualifications. So,
Yeah, for a bond authority, and they're well within their bond authority, so they basically get the work done.
Okay,
Okay, Jeff.
Do we have a clause in the contract that if they don't complete the work on time, we get restitution or
liquidated
payment?
damages.
Yeah.
Standard spec language.
Is it sorry, just due diligence and going through it, just looking for it? This one way
Liquidated damages on the second, first page of the packet, the contract, page 104.
got it. Oh, there it goes. I'm sorry. 1650 per day after physical completion of 100 days. Okay.
Anna, do you have a question? Or is that?
That was my question. If you forgive me for going meta on such a busy night, is this a clause that we have in all of our contracts? Like, for example, with Haddon Park?
Yes.
Ah,
I know that was a much about status of the project.
okay. I believe in bonds. Thank you for having me.
Any other questions or comments? Michael.
Related, unrelated. Isn't there didn't we just hear about another project as a, like, up at like Harlow, or
Francis Street up.
is that right
Yes.
in the middle of
It's
these?
right in the middle.
And is it a completely different? I thought it was also stormwater.
It's very much the same.
Okay, it's just, okay,
It's just different outfalls.
okay. I was just wondering why they're not all being considered together, or,
The way the grants were written.
all right. Good enough for me.
All right, well, there you go. Consent then?
Consent.
Going with the flow.
Thank you.
Consent is thank you.
You put this in your recycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can make pretty nice paper.
Okay, folks, next we'll have Mr. Davis here present items, the next 3 items. Starting with item B5, which is the contract with Active Construction Incorporated for decommission of beach sewer OF4 to EV2. Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Bremerton City Council.
Good evening, Mr. Davis.
We've got three contracts to talk about tonight associated with the same project. And I would like to start off with a presentation about the project overall before diving into the first agenda bill.
Sure.
Okay, the Decommission Beach Sewer in Manette project has been going on for quite a while. We completed the design early this year and went out to bid for construction. This is a project that's located in Manette. The limits of the project are between the Manette Bridge and East 16th. Along the waterfront there, we've got an 8-inch cast iron beach sewer that we're going to be decommissioning and directing the sewers that currently discharge into an upland system. And the scope, there's 1,500 feet of this cast iron sewer that's difficult to access and maintain. And by disconnecting all the laterals and installing a city municipal pump station and grinder pump stations on private property, we're able to direct it north to the sewer on the way. So this is very similar in scope on a smaller scale to the Oyster Bay Beach Sewer upgrade project that we completed with ACI back in 2022. The schedule is to start in July, and then it has 365 calendar days, so we'll complete it sometime in the middle of 2026. And there's no fish windows associated with this project. The budget is approximately $5.2 million to complete it, and the funding is through wastewater capital fund. And there's also a $5.2 million CWS RF loan. We're in the process of executing or developing the agreement and executing with the college. And I'll talk more about the budget later. So some of the construction challenges are cultural resources monitoring on some properties. This is the reason why it's taken so long to complete this design, the primary reason. A portion of the grinder pumps, five of the grinder pumps on condominium properties are located in the cultural resources area. They discovered human remains there early the 30s and up through the 1970s. So it's a known archaeological site. So ecology is very involved with this. We have to follow an ecology inadvertent discovery plan. We have a cultural resources consultant on board through Parametrix through that contract, who will be monitoring the excavation closely. There's a work plan specifically for how to excavate within that site, and if there is a discovery, the process, the investigation that has to occur. So it's pretty involved. So we have to make sure that when new workers show up in the site, they're all trained what's required for the cultural resources portion of the work. Working on private properties is challenging within established landscape areas. A lot of these sites are very tight, very developed, mature landscaping. So there's a lot of coordination that has to occur with HOAs and property managers, ensuring that we restore properties to the pre-existing condition, pre-construction condition. We disrupt anything. There's limited space for construction equipment on private property. A lot of these structures are built very close to the waterfront next to bulkheads, and in some instances, we anticipate the contractor excavating from the beach or picking up smaller excavators and lifting them over bulkheads and putting them onto private properties for excavation, or we may end up having to hand dig just due to these very tight sites. And then there's a long lead time for delivery of some equipment items. This is less of an issue than it was 2 or 3 years ago, but still generators can take 20 to 25 weeks to get them. So we have to make sure we get this ordered quickly so that we can finish the project in the year. And here's a summary of the budget. There is $6.35 million in the wastewater CIP to fund this project. And I'm estimating the expenses at just under $6.1 million. The design, and this is for the total project cost design through construction. Design was $885,000. Constructions, to complete all the construction, including the CM and the engineering services during construction, it's almost $5.2 million. And there's a breakdown below of that 5.2 million, of the construction, the parametrics services, the Casey Civil Construction Management, city staff time for inspection and support, and then just miscellaneous costs, materials testing. And the construction will be funded by a CWSRF loan for 5.2 million, which is going to be executed later in 2025. So there's 3 contracts that I'm going to be presenting tonight. The ECI contract, the construction management with Casey Civil. Casey Civil did some, they did some CM for us recently on a water project. And then the Parametrix contract for engineering services during construction, which includes cultural resources and geotechnical services. And the contract I won't be talking about tonight, an agreement, SRF loan, just to make you aware of it. This will come to council sometime later this year, $5.2 million. So rather than taking questions right now, what I'm going to do is jump into that first agenda bill. So the first agenda bill was with stop sharing. It was with ACI. So bids were opened on May 13th, and we received 2 bids, one from Page and Sons and the other one from ACI. ACI was the low bidder, somewhere like just under $4.1 million. And ACI worked on that contract, which was to Retrofit sewer upgrades project back in 2021 through 2023. And this project's about maybe 2/3 the volume of that project. We were pleased with service. So I'm recommending the award ACI for this contract. Any
Okay.
questions?
Questions? Jane, went to Public Works.
Yeah, I went to Public Works. Let's just take a question I had last time. I'm just concerned all the work we're giving one contractor, and hopefully they get it all done.
Anna, go ahead.
Thanks. So just a real quick question about ACI. Are there jobs they have not completed in a timely manner?
Not that I know. We have requirements that they have to, they're not debarred. They're,
There were qualifications for being responsive.
yes, they're responsible contractor.
We have one project that hasn't been from LPs right now, and it's Washington 11. It's all related to streetlights and
The
the Buy
luminaires.
American requirement and how that process went through submittal, their subcontractors. And
Yeah, no, I
messy. So yes, there is one project that they have with the city right now that hasn't gone smoothly from a schedule perspective.
one project doth not a summer make. So, but in general, they've completed in a timely, professional manner.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
good. Great. All done. Thank you.
Other questions?
Or 2,000 per day at forward.
How do we treat that item? This item?
Shows down.
Okay, next one, Mr. Davis, Casey Civil.
So the second contract is with Casey Civil doing construction management, and they're going to be doing strong construction management. They're going to be taking a very active role in the project, and there's even part of the contract is 2 days a week of inspection. We do have a city inspector on the project that will also be working. So they're going to be doing everything from site visits, running meetings, submittal review, distributing them, the submittal to Parametrix, addressing RFIs, processing pay requests, article commissioning, coordinating with franchise utilities. We need the CM support. We don't have the staffing capacity to do this. This is a very involved, engaged project because of working with private property owners. So we requested proposals from several different consultants. We received one proposal from Casey Civil. They did the CM for Water Pump Station 14, which ended in 2023. It was a successful project. This contract was negotiated for $342,000. I'm recommending award the contract.
Okay. Jane?
So if Casey's there 2 days a week, city staff is going to be there every day.
Yes.
Okay.
That'll supplement the inspection.
But we're going to be there all the time.
We'll be there. Our goal is 5 days a week.
Yeah. Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Right, any other questions on this? Oh, how do we treat it?
Consent.
Okay, the next one, Mr. Davis, Parametric.
So this is for engineering services during construction. This contract is for $517,000. $85,000 that is for Parametrix. 10,000 is for geotech, and then 419,000 of that. 419,000 of that is for cultural resources. Parametrix is mostly going to be doing the technical aspect of the work. They're going to be doing record drawings. There's some fish forage surveys that have to occur on the beach. So they're going to be supporting us with that, managing their sub-consultants. Geotechnical monitoring, where the pump station is going at the end. So you might have to do some monitoring for the excavation for that city pump station. The biggest part of this contract is cultural resources. So there's monitoring, there's a portion of that is monitoring that will be required. There's 3 contingent tasks that are related to analysis and investigation of fines. If there are fines, there's $110,000 for analysis and investigation. There's $37,000 for screening and $65,000 for reporting. So that's the big chunk of that contract. If we may not spend that, it depends on if we find the funds.
Okay. Jane, once again.
I have no additional questions.
Joe?
Just with all these, Bill, who's the main go-to contact if any of the residents have any issue or concerns, or they see something wash up that looks significant, even in this case?
They would go through cases, so
You just, okay.
yeah.
I'm sure they already have all the contact info.
Even though,
No, my bad. Yeah.
Parametrix is really more technical support.
Right.
So they'll, Casey Civil will, when submittals come in and RFIs, they'll send those off to Parametrix to review the technical support.
Like even if they have a construction question or like, hey, I didn't think it'd be going on at 3 a.m. Right? I don't know anything is.
There's some
More
communication.
contact.
I'll have to, I don't know if that decision's been made.
Okay.
You know, who's gonna do what? You know, ideally, Casey Civil will build the questions specifically related to the project, but if it starts getting into like public issues, notification is public, we're gonna obviously be very engaged with this.
And Bill's the project manager, so we're always available as the project manager to answer questions from the public, to get involved. So it's not that we won't just cut Casey Civil to deal with all of it. We'll be involved if we have to be or need to be. Sounds good. Yeah. Sorry, thank you.
Go ahead,
Yeah, so just, there's going to be a point person for questions from the public, outreach to the public?
I would be that person.
Okay,
I'm gonna run, there's gonna be a public meeting before we start any construction, contractor will be there. The staff from the Department of Ecology, and I'll be the point person for that.
okay, thank you.
What I find fascinating is this archaeological dig, and I'm coming through this. And my first concern was, well, do the Suquamish have experts that can do this? It's their vested interest, but it seems like there's some old MOA says that, actually this one says dated January 24, some stipulation. In other words, has the Suquamish at least had input and know this is being done and this meets their standards for archaeological, and they haven't had a chance to comment to make sure this is okay?
Leonard Forsman signed that MOU for
For the Willamette?
for the tribe.
Oh, I don't see that in the packet, but I'll take your word for it.
He signed it with the tribe.
Okay, no worries then.
Ecology required a very extensive consultation in the tribe.
Gotcha.
It went all the way up to Leonard Force.
Yeah, it was part of the reason this is taking so long is this cultural resources sort of surprised us a little bit.
Sure.
So we've been trying to recover from that probably for the last year and a half or 2 years.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. How do we treat this item?
Consent.
Okay,
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Next item, item B8, I'd like to welcome our CDBG program administrator, Ms. Sarah Lynham, here to present item B8, proposed public hearing on resolution to adopt the 2026 to 2030 consolidated plan priorities and the 2026 CDBG home policy plan. Ms. Lynham?
Hi, thank you all for allowing me to join remotely. I appreciate it. Oh, you can see my messy living room. Awesome. Well, I'll just get right into it. Thank you for having me. I'm bringing two components of our larger process, and that is our five-year funding priorities for 2026 to 2030, and then our 2026 policy plan. And then just starting off with a quick refresh on what the goals of our funding sources are. For CDBG, it is to develop viable urban communities by providing decent housing and a suitable living environment, and by expanding economic opportunity for principally low and moderate income persons. And then for home funding, provide decent, affordable housing to lower income households, expand capacity of nonprofit housing providers, and strengthen the ability of local governments to provide housing. And so for the policy plan, this is our annual planning document that sort of kicks off our competitive funding process for the program year for both CDBG and home. The document is updated annually and serves as our guiding principles on how we utilize the funds available to us. And it also provides guidance to applicants on items such as eligibility, the funding allocation process, and information on any regulatory and local policy decisions. And then within that policy plan, we also have our funding priorities. And as we have a new 5-year consolidated plan, those funding priorities are going to be included in the policy plan. And I'll go over that here shortly. And then just to kind of go through a quick timeline here, our policy plan document was released for a 15 period. No comments were received. The proposed public hearing is scheduled for next week, where we will again take public comment. Our 2026 applications open mid-June, and they are reviewed in August by the CDBG Project Review Committee, who will recommend projects and submit those recommendations through an annual action plan. So that'll be the year one of our 5-year plan. And that action plan will go to City Council for a public hearing in November. And so in determining the funding priorities for the next 5 years, based on a number of factors, including past performance, community and agency input, consultation with service providers in the area, and we also took into account, updates at the federal level and our staff capacity. And so to kind of build on the success that we've had with projects that we've done in the past, City will continue to fund capital projects, including preservation or rehabilitation of affordable housing. Projects could include acquisition of housing units to create or preserve units of affordable housing. It could include weatherization or repair of existing housing units. Infrastructure projects, public facilities projects, including street and sidewalk improvements and parks projects, and then economic development projects, including microenterprise assistance. And then for home funding, continuing again with projects which can increase affordable housing stock, specifically for rental housing, and then down payment assistance to income eligible home buyers. Each of the projects that apply for funding must meet HUD national objective and then also meet one of our consolidated funding priorities. And then we did have a couple of changes to the policy plan. We added language on page 11, which should be in red towards the top, to reflect forthcoming federal guidance regarding contracting and possibility of funding cuts to the CDBG and home programs. Obviously, there's a lot at the federal level that we just don't know yet, specifically for 2026. I'm in contact with our HUD rep in Seattle, but just so we can kind of prepare for that, we added some language in there that just states that additional guidance is forthcoming. We are opting to not fund public service projects for at least the first year. And then public service projects will be evaluated on a yearly basis after that. And again, that's just due to funding cuts that we're anticipating. Public service it's that 15% cap that we get each year that we can put towards public services. And so for 2026, just because we don't know what that funding looks like, we'll not fund public services for 2026 and then reevaluate the needs in subsequent years. And then just again highlighting that new applicants are required to submit an applicant intent form, and that allows new projects and specifically capital projects to meet with block grant staff just to talk about the federal requirements that apply to their projects. And so those meetings are happening in June. And then just lastly here, for everyone's reference, just some important dates. We'll be meeting with, again, we're meeting with potential applicants at the end of this month and into June. Applications will open June 17th, and the link will be posted on the city and county websites. Applications are due on July 15th at noon, and during the month of August, projects will be reviewed and scored by the Project Review Committee. And then agency interviews and deliberations will take place the week of September 8th. And then funding recommendations will be published for a 30-day comment period at the end of September before going to City Council for their approval in November. And again, we're are going to have our public hearing next week, and we'll take public comment at that time. And I am available for questions.
Okay, did this go to finance?
No.
All right, so we'll let you go first, Jeff, and then Jane.
Sounds good. Thanks, Sarah, for the presentation. Look forward to serving again this year on the committee. The application of any language that folks are aware on federal compliance with, like buildings have to be open to the public and abide by non-discrimination and all that, or is that something you'll kind of talk with them one-on-one as they apply for the capital projects?
Both. It's first in the sorry for the background noise. First in the pre-application process, we do go over federal requirements and bring up important federal regulations that folks should be prepared for, because that often does that may influence their decision to apply and take the time to submit an application. And then also within the application, we do have language about, things like following federal prevailing wage and then non-discrimination, things like that. So yeah, there's several steps along the way where we have those discussions.
Perfect. No, the pre-submittal meeting, I think, is a great idea for this year. So fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Jane, then Denise.
So do I understand correctly that we're not going to fund any ADA ramp or sidewalks in 2026 through this program?
No, that would be included in the infrastructure priority.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's correct. The public service projects, it's a small percentage. We're only allowed up to 15% of our total allocation, and so just because we don't quite know what's going to happen yet in 2026, we opted to really focus on capital projects this year.
Can you give me an example of what one of those public projects was?
Yeah, so in the past, it could be something like operation costs for a food bank. It could be scholarships for after school programs, things like that. So not any non-capital project or economic development project.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Denise?
Jane asked my question. Thank you.
Gotcha.
President Member, if I could add, we haven't funded public agencies in more than a dozen years because our funding has been tapering off and because of that cap. So we actually haven't funded public services in a very, very long time, probably 2008, 2006. So that isn't a big change.
Okay, Anna?
If it's a short answer, why does CDBG fund economic development projects, including micro enterprise assistance programs?
I'm so sorry. I've got back one more time.
If it's a short answer, why does CDBG fund, prioritize the funding of economic development projects, including micro enterprise assistance programs?
That's been that was a funding priority that we had in our last 5-year consolidated plan, and it's come up as a need again this year as well. That would include like our KCR's BEST program, for example. That's a micro enterprise assistance program. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's yeah.
Thank you.
Good job.
The one we partially funded last year on developing more healthcare centers, does that fall into that category?
Healthcare centers would fall into public facilities.
Okay, for the private childcare development.
Oh, no, yes, thank you. I blanked on that one. So yes, so the Boost program from Upwards. Yes, so that would be another example of a micro enterprise assistance program. Thank you.
Okay.
Andrea has her hand.
That was the.
Okay.
Okay. No other questions, concerns? This is a public hearing. Sarah, we'll see you next week.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Guys, I'm kind of amazed here. It's 6 o'clock and we're going to the lion's share of our meeting here.
Will we take a quick break before we dive into the comp plan?
Oh,
This comp
No.
plan next?
yeah. We've only been here for an hour.
I know.
How about we, so my understanding is we got 3 different PowerPoints. So let's go ahead.
Okay.
You're moving up like you're gonna do a presentation here, okay? Like you tell me a group well. So I'm gonna like to our planning manager Garrett Jackson here to present items B9, B11. Mr. Jackson, you already been warned at approximately around 6:30, so we're gonna break whatever you feel is best for your presentation. The first item is B9, the proposed public hearing on the ordinance to adapt the City of Bremerton 2024 comprehensive plan, including repeal and replacement of the downtown sub-area plan and Puget Sound Industrial Center sub-area plan. Before we start, would you like to explain how you're going to present these next 3 items?
Absolutely. So we have 3 separate ordinances and each requires its own separate public hearing. But for the study session tonight, we've compressed that into a single presentation. 2 of the ordinances, City Council has deemed a lot of information on. The 3rd was just recommended by the Planning Commission on the 19th. So we'll be spending more time on that item because of it. So at the public hearing next week, they will each have their own individual presentation, but for your sake of efficiency, we've compressed it into one tonight. Okay. Comprehensive plan. We're inching closer to the finish line. Very exciting times. All of the final documents for adoption are available in the packet. Thank you, Council Member Popham, for pointing out that one of those is broken. It has since been fixed. And just to let you know, also the transportation element appendix was also updated today. There was just an error in the table of contents, and then a mapping comment that was added later. My colleague Vicki Grover will go into that later, but for right now, we're going to keep it at a clip. Also, as relayed in previous public meetings, the Puget Sound Industrial Center sub-area plan needed the capital facilities portion updated. That was also updated in the packet today to respond to individual utility plans, whether that's the water system plan, wastewater plan, transportation plan, so that they're consistent.
On Bremerton2044.com, you will also see those final documents, as well as comment response section that has all the comments that we've gotten to date since we've opened the city council process, along with staff responses. At the 514 study session, we got a number of revisions requested from the city council related to changing the word citizen to resident, multimodal transportation, including updates to the transportation technical appendices attachment F, multimodal level of service, parks and underserved areas, Wright Creek wetland system, climate change considered to develop, some mapping references, and some additional information also that council asked for that weren't revisions, but show us in the comp plan where you find things about emergency management and multimodal transportation. It doesn't necessarily need revision. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen here and then navigate to that portion of the packet to run through. Okay. So once again, changing from citizen, and it was to citizen, but in some context, resident didn't make sense. Sometimes resident was already sentenced. Sometimes you're talking about the larger community, may include business groups like Charleston Business District, which may not be actual residents of Bremerton, but community members. So we did update to either be resident or community member as appropriate, just getting rid of that wordsmithing to make sure that the word citizens. So there's a number of items. I won't go through each of them unless you'd like. But it just shows the comp plan page that it's located on and the specific area of the specific language and track changes. The comp plan has already been updated to reflect these changes. So if you look on those documents on the web page, these changes have been made already.
Sorry, I thought.
So multimodal transportation. So there was a number of revisions requested, and the request was to emphasize multimodal level of service and non-vehicular traffic. And these sections were added to the comp plan, including that revised transportation appendix. And I will actually hand it over to Vicki at this point to talk about that attachment F, some comments we've received, and the transportation elements that might.
Thank you, Garrett. And so what I thought I would do is we could kind of walk through, I made comments to the consultant who made the changes to the document. That's why it was a little tougher for us to try to show track changes of how we did it. So for example, on the second page, so what I was trying to do on the second page of the attachment F, I don't know, would you have that?
Pull that up.
That might be a little more helpful.
Are we still looking at the matrix?
No, we've transitioned to looking, actually.
And down in your
matrix
packet.
is in the, it is in.
Yeah, it's in here.
Yeah, I lost faith in me for a second.
Sorry, and I distracted
Oh, no,
you
that's
by
okay.
saying.
Okay. Okay, which page?
Page 2, please, where it says multimodal level of service standard.
This is the memo.
Correct, attachment F. So I think you.
What page,
So I think that's,
what page in our packet is it? Anybody know? Hang on.
This is 177.
so, and about the second paragraph from the top there, what I was trying to do is I had them add active transportation plan to the level of traffic stress, because that is to tie those two documents together. This attachment F per GMA is multimodal level of service as applied to development. However, we're going to have level of traffic stress as applied to the active transportation plan, and the two need to be coordinated. And this goes back to when I was talking to you guys about that the attachment F is for concurrency. And in order to determine improvements when it comes to multimodal for developers, we should be referencing the priority network in the active transportation. So I added that again so that we are trying to do a better job of tying the two together so that they're intertwined and you're consulting one for the other. Page 3, under the ultimate pedestrian LOS. So this is when you're asking a developer, he's triggered enough trips generated for his development, then we'll get into the pedestrian level of service that he's going to be required to do on the bicycle level of service. So again, what I added to the ultimate pedestrian level of service is the type of facility will be determined by the active transportation plan and the priority networks. Does that make sense, you guys, what I'm saying?
No.
Sorry. So
Could you translate?
yeah, yes. So remember if you come in with a development, again, I'll go back to, I'm gonna put a multifamily unit on Warren. And it's big enough to trigger enough trips are generated during the concurrency review. And they have to do an ultimate pedestrian level of service. Well, what is that? Well, we look at what's there and then we consult what our priority networks say. Once that plan is done and we have all that laid out of what do we want on Warren? We want a shared use path. So then we would figure out and say that's going to accommodate bikes and pets. Then we would use that and these ultimate level of service for bike and ped to say, Mr. Developer, your development creates enough demand and peaks the trips, so you will be required to build the shared use path in front of on your property, as it says in our active transportation plan. That's what ties the multimodal level of service and gives us direction of what we're going to ask developers to do. Did I do any better?
Well, it seems to me that you have 3 separate studies that will need to be constantly updated and consulted.
I don't know about constantly update. We can update. Absolutely can update them when we want. But that is why we plan for things and why we put planning documents together to do the best we can to move forward. And then if we decide something isn't working, then yes, we can change it.
The priority network doesn't exist. I'm sorry, am I asking too many questions?
No, go ahead. Let's get this done.
We have a preliminary priority network that will be revised, right? It's in this doc. It's in the
Active transportation
correct.
plan.
Well, no, we have a priority network in the transportation element. Right.
Yeah.
The starting
It's not
point.
done.
Starting point for us, yes.
Okay.
Jeff?
If I look at the last version, the new one, got it. So in the new version, the ultimate facility types will be determined by the active transportation plan and priority networks.
Right.
I know that's been last time that what it was described for pedestrian and especially for bikes was not quite, I thought of what the ultimate level of, what we could possibly want. It wasn't in there.
Yes.
Okay. But now that's nice. So when we update the active transportation plan, we can say, this is what we really think the ultimate level is.
Right. And because of where your development is, if your development's on the priority network for that shared use path or that bike lane, then as a developer coming into the city of Bremerton to meet concurrency, you are required to participate.
Perfect.
So,
And then for the ultimate pedestrian references the active transportation plan. The ultimate bicycle doesn't.
It should have it on there as well. Hopefully it's right. Yeah, right below there under bicycle LOS. I had them put in pretty much the same language.
it is
Type of facility
delineation.
will be determined.
If you look at the old document,
Good.
I mean, it's on the screen too.
Oh, is that for it? Yeah, so in the pedestrian one, under 1, and it references active transportation. Here, it just says specific requirements might identify the need. If you just scroll up a little bit to the number 1 pedestrian. Sorry, sorry to be nitpicky, but nitpicky documents. So the last sentence of number one under ultimate pedestrian LOS, I was looking for something similar for.
On the bike.
The ultimate facility
Okay,
type,
so go down, and then you gotta scroll
Check.
down.
the ultimate facility type.
Yeah,
So an active transportation appears to be mentioned here in the opening paragraph, but not in the.
Oh, and it should have been
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Oh, dang it. I can have that fixed. Good catch though, Jeff. That
Good.
should have been there.
well, for sure, makes sense, we can tackle an active.
Jay?
So I want to make sure I understand this. All these definitions that you've given for ultimate pedestrian LOS and minimum for peds, same thing with bikes. That gets thrown out when we do the active
No,
transportation.
no, no,
plan.
no. Remember, Jane, this is for Growth Management Act. This applies to permits and development.
Right.
This document does, this multimodal level of service.
So are you saying the active transportation plan will not affect what developers are asked to do?
No, it will.
Well,
But
it's gonna
this,
be different than what this is. I mean, you're saying the ultimate bike is just a striped path. It's not anything protected. I mean, we're gonna be.
well, the ultimate will then refer to the active plan and what the priority network is, and it will apply depending on where your development is on the priority network. So this won't go away. This applies to concurrency and development. The active plan will do our level of traffic stress and determine our priority network.
I'm here
What
for
I'm
the
trying to
two
make
answers.
sure is that these definitions that are in this document are not gonna be what the developers are gonna have to follow. They're gonna have to follow the active transportation plan.
Yeah,
Correct?
yes, and this is just an outline to help the developer understand, and it is the city of Bremerton in permit review to enforce what these documents say.
Okay, so we're gonna enforce the active transportation plan. We're not gonna enforce.
No, well,
These.
this is part of it, but yes.
I think there's another document we're getting, like, there's gonna be the comp plan, then the active transportation plan where we make all the sausage for BLTS, PLTS, talk about level of service, then there's gonna have to be an ordinance that supports all that. And that ordinance will be what the developer has to follow and will
In the
follow
code,
staff
Okay.
yes.
to
Because these are
make to
pretty-
enforce and enact it.
Okay, because these are really weak in here. Okay, thank
I
you.
apologize.
Gotta triple say that again, because I did get confused, so
Uh-huh.
we're setting these now. Striped bike lane, marked shared use lane, et cetera. Goes into effect when we pass the comp plan. When we do the active transportation plan, essentially, we're gonna overwrite them with something new.
Well, this establishes a minimum. So the other thing could be higher.
Sure,
No,
sure.
they're like, and they say ultimate though too, Michael.
That's.
The ultimate is a minimum, so it could be above that. They're just saying it's,
The minimum is the
The
minimum.
minimum is
Yeah,
the minimum.
minimum's a minimum.
okay, but it says in the ultimate, they're saying the minimum that you'll be able to do in a
Right.
sidewalk width or a treatment.
And-
So it might say striped bike lane, but it doesn't preclude having protected bike lanes, especially if it's called for in a different area or, different
In
document.
the active plan, you've got it, Michael. And remember that the ultimate or minimum is triggered by the size of the development.
1,000 cards.
No,
This is a 30,000 foot level document. We're gonna draw up an altitude with the active transportation plan. And then it's gonna be enforced and enacted through ordinance. So we're gonna have to build an ordinance at some point that talks about concurrency and MMLOS and that process, which will follow, which will really impact the developers. That's the process.
Okay,
Like, say that again. So it's the size of the development. So you may have a small development, and they don't have to do the minimum. Maybe a
Yes.
large one, and they have to do the ultimate.
But it's less about the, to me, I'd say it's less
now
about
it's where it
the,
is.
it's less about the size or location.
Well,
And it's the impact when they study what you're planning to do on your property. Like, for instance, if you're gonna be lots of multi-family units and the kids are close enough to walk and bike to school, that's gonna I'm just making this up, but that might be something that creates
the ultimate standard for bicycling or for pedestrian, because you're creating something new that's gonna up the demand, just like, just like some of these impact fees, right? Like we look at what you're gonna do, what resources you're gonna take, what input, what traffic you're gonna create in the community. So
So if you look at this page, thank you, Michael, that is great. This page right here, so like if fewer, this is the kind of the dividing line. Fewer than 10 peak hour trips, you generate that with your development, you'll probably be doing a minute. If you scroll down, Garrett, B 10 to 75.
Peak hour trips by vehicle?
Yes.
Then
It's all
then you
based on
then you have a larger development and you'll probably be doing the O. So that's how this gets divided up. And again, this is a new requirement this year. This is a performance-based measure. It has been reviewed and approved by PSRC. If we want to make changes, like Ned's saying, in the ordinance and hone in or make changes, we can do that.
So this is a proposal. This isn't like enacted.
That we're gonna do this.
Yeah, like this is a proposal for level of service, right? And so we've got
Showing.
As a crafted later, we're gonna go back to attachment F and be like, oh, okay, this is what they recommended.
Yes.
We may want to add protection in the definition, may not.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is not a consent.
This is meeting growth management requirements for
Sort of guidelines in the future, not
Correct.
setting it in stone now. Okay,
That's how I.
all right, thank you.
If it helps, think of it as a baseline. And then we're going to add it to that, and then the ordinance will actually enact that.
Okay. It is the minimum ultimate, but later on we do the ultimate.
Yeah. Oh, those.
We can change the
Well said.
Well said. Let's see, I'm sorry. So where did I,
Before we go on.
Oh,
Go ahead, Anna, before we go on.
Thank you. So the community repeatedly has said that they want protected bike lanes. This council has represented the community and has a majority of us have asked for protected bike lanes. I'm asking what would be the harm and how would it fail to comply with GMA if we were to not say delineated, but protected bike lanes in this document?
that means every developer is gonna put in protected bike.
Yep, and
Okay.
that would be great.
Put that in.
it's
So I'm sorry, so now I'm gonna speak up because I'm not with the rest of the council. But I believe it's grounded in reality. If you have someone that's doing an infill lot, you got no sidewalks on, and then all of a sudden they're gonna have to do, I think you're at the same page. They're gonna have to do this multimodal thing for 20 feet of the property. That is all, I'm sorry, this is common sense. And maybe I'm overstretching what you're just suggesting. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna calm down and count to three.
That's okay. Carry on, Mike. It's all right.
No, I'm not gonna carry on because I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm against that. Let's just put it that way.
build on that. So, like there's these weird places where like there's no sidewalks, but then there's a newer whatever, and you get that little piece of sidewalk. So imagine that more in a neighborhood or something. So now there's like literally maybe a little triplex gets put in. And now they're gonna have like the only sidewalk in the neighborhood, the only bike lane in the neighborhood, the only protected bike lane in the neighborhood. It'd be this like this weird thing. So it needs to be only in the areas that we would want it. So if we've got an area that's a priority to build protected bike lanes, then this document doesn't preclude that because we're setting a minimum standards in this document to say. But obviously, if the opposite happens where there's 3 lots and this one has protected bike lanes and this one has protected bike lanes, these people are going to have to continue the sidewalks, the protected bike lanes, the 6-foot multi-paths or whatever has been deemed to do there. These documents help ensure that people move in the direction that we want, which I feel is also the direction that people want us to move in.
And it does say, under ultimate, specific requirements may identify the need for additional safety precautions. The minimum includes, for ultimate, a striped bike lane, marked shared use lane, necessary pavement marking, et cetera, et cetera. I totally agree with this. This is just common sense. And-
Well, I'm not gonna, try to pretend I have a majority when I don't. I'm just, I think this is of importance, and we often, like, look at the sidewalk that's under the Wyckoff murals, Michael.
Mhm.
There's a sidewalk, and with ADA ramps, mind you,
Yeah,
that
lead to dirt.
that start in dirt.
Someday though,
And-
when those
Exactly
adjacent
my point.
properties, yes, and we're gonna make them continue with the standard that we've set. And if there were protected bike lanes under the Wyckoff Bridge, then the following developments would trigger likely that they would have to put those in. So this document supports everything that you're talking about, but we can't make it where somebody's putting in on a very sleepy, quiet street at the end of a cul-de-sac. We
That'd
can't
be
make,
triggering
we-
10 vehicle
well,
trips per day.
if it did, I'm just saying, so
Okay.
It's at peak hour.
Nobody's gonna have to.
I'm all for protected bike lanes, especially in like commuting things. I don't know if we need protected bike lanes in neighborhoods, where kids want to hang out and stuff.
By the way,
I wanna
Denise, if
protect
you
kids.
can hear us, I assume you can. I can't see you, so just speak up anytime during this presentation.
Yeah, I agree. While I really honor Anna's premise, we have been thoroughly examining this in Public Works. And I, for one, am okay with this, with the more specific cases addressed in other places. So that's just me personally. I'm not speaking for the entire Public Works committee.
Okay, thank you. Jane.
What I want to avoid with this is what happened with the last comp plan. 3 houses got built at the same time, adjacent to a street with sidewalks. And because there's only 3 houses, there's no sidewalk.
Lafayette?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we're trying to avoid, and what the community is trying to avoid is, they should have been made to do it, but the rule is 4 lots before you have to put a sidewalk in. So that's a concern of the community and me, and I'm sure other council members is, at what point?
Does Public Works want to address that?
So for me, it depends on the zoning, and I don't understand why it wouldn't be done. I don't really know if I can answer why that
Yeah.
wasn't done.
So in other words, is it fair to say that maybe we should be looking at our specific ordinance or construction standards, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the comprehensive plan? So we can move on.
Yep.
And then if we want to look at that, the policy, Public Works policy is when is it triggered to put sidewalks?
Development code, yeah.
Development.
The ordinance.
And so that sounds like we could move on with the comprehensive plan, and then we can look at the development code to address that. Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna try to finish up attachment.
Okay,
6:30.
let's see if I can.
I think this is good. I think this might be one of the lion's share of the issue here. So go ahead.
Transportation?
So also on page 5, which page are you on? Here, I'm sorry. So on page 5, we added the pen bike level of service will be further developed by the active transportation plan, and where we would look at the level of traffic stress, which will also be considered when determining if development is meeting the level of service standards. So what I did in what I tried to get him to do in this paragraph is tie together, and they're the same, but they're not the same, right? When you talk MMLOS and LTS, we're going to do LTS in our active plan because we're looking at bike and ped only. MMLOS, when you're talking about GMA and this document, it's related to concurrency, and it also, and development, and it's transit, but we can marry those two together. So under the concurrency requirements, I asked him to bring in some language about the active plan and the level of traffic stress that will be developed as part of that plan. And then that we'll coordinate those together to be compatible with each other. And I'm trying to see if I can see where he put it on there.
The second paragraph, the highlight.
Design and nature.
Sure, make that one. Side by side.
Yes, and level of, yes, will be considered when determining whether a development meets LOS standards, and that's should have been MMLOS standards. Say multimodal? No. And I think that was the only, let's see, I did one more change on page 9. Under the concurrency management system implementation process. And again, this is just an idea of how we can implement this. So on number 1, define MMLOS standards in adopted transportation element. And I added, and the level of traffic stress standards that will be developed as part of the active plan. So that it can be considered when we're looking for concurrency and development projects with it. Refer to our level of traffic stress. And then so on the next page, Garrett, on figure 1, again, it's just a flow map of how this concurrency review will work when development comes in. And on number 1, where it says define multimodal level of service standards in an adopted transportation element, and I had him add and level of traffic stress standards in the active transportation. So again, tying in that other document that we're going to work on, that's going to get more in the weeds about where, facility types, all that stuff, so that with this proposed concurrency management system, it will make us also look at that other document.
So I have 2 questions. One, the population forecast, was that just based on what PSRC said we had to accept?
So I want to refer to Garrett because we work together on that, because all the transportation modeling analysis we do comes back to the land use and the way the population and employment is going to be distributed in the city.
So it's based off of meeting that minimum of the PSRC and KRCC requirement for how much population and job growth we experience, and where we prioritize placing that for the most part of downtown.
So have we ever met those population growths that PSRC has given us?
We have been exceeding those. Last buildable lands report published that we have been exceeding our population estimates. So it's not like
Just like in the past 5 years.
They're always like 20 years out, right? So it's like our trend is that we're exceeding. But have we ever gotten to that? I think the previous comp plan was 50,000, 50 plus thousand people. This is about 64. So we were on track to exceed that. And I think that answers your question, but I don't think we ever actually catch that number.
Okay. So then my other question is, who determines and how do you determine how many trips per hour for a developer?
We ask a developer when they come in, we'll probably talk to them about it if they come in for a pre-sub, but it's just something they do a trip generation report. We ask them to hire a transportation engineer and give us an estimated trip generation report of what they think their development will create in additional car trips, vehicle trips, and then we take that and we analyze that for business and do we agree? And then if we do, then that is what we use to see where that will fit these concurrency rules for the MMLOS. That's where the trips come from.
Okay.
Anna?
I'm not going to say anything meta. This 30,000 foot document. If you guys would please look at the top of page 8, which describes Kitsap Way and Corbett Drive, Wilbert Avenue. A roundabout is proposed downhill from a blind curve. At an intersection where it's not beautifully spaced like any other roundabout you've seen, but you have 2 roads side by side, you have another road isolated, it's surrounded by businesses with drive-throughs and drive-ins. All I'm asking is delete the last 2 sentences of that paragraph. Get less
And
specific.
we do have this in your comments for later. So maybe if if the council is ready to put this off until we respond to, two emails.
I'm just asking for it.
Sure. And it's just a suggestion for time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a 30,000 foot document, so let's keep it 30,000 foot. Because the evil that men write live on after them. Once this roundabout is in there, it will live on in our imagination. Hold on.
Jeff?
Is that roundabout identified in any other planning document previously approved or?
It's in the tip.
The proposed tip.
Yes, the proposed tip.
Where'd that come from?
It came from this.
It's an idea of a fix for that intersection because the levels or the standards. We don't have to do it. It's a placeholder. It shows PSRC, WashDOT, because that is a WashDOT facility, that we have an idea. Will that go in? We have to first prioritize it. We got to find funding, and then we should, and probably before the funding, we need to figure out if that's really what we want to do. Yeah.
Okay.
I was
But
gonna
it's a
throw a
proposal.
planning study, but do we want to close 13th? I mean, there are other options there.
Right. It's a proposal from our transportation engineer. that worked
Conceptual.
on the comp plan.
Conceptual idea.
And so they needed to have a solution. That's the one they proposed. That's the one that made it in the document. I don't,
Are we gonna build that?
I don't know if that's gonna be.
If you just stop by saying turn restrictions would limit access to that right in, right out turn restrictions may be considered.
So let's discuss this particular item later, as Mr. Jackson suggested, and then Public Works can think about what your suggestion is and come up with the answer of why they want this in the document. I think I understand why. Again, it's a placeholder. You ask for grant money. Oh, is this in your comp plan? Yeah, it is. So that's historically the reason why you put this in there. I understand your perspective. Mr. Jackson and Ms. Grover, are we done with this part, this document?
With attachment F and then.
I
we can
think
go
so.
back to the
Yeah.
response
Go back
matrix
to the
and we come
matrix.
back.
Yep.
Council, are we good with attachment F? We're
Yeah.
ready to
Haven't done.
move
I
on?
stated my objection. Not going anywhere, so let's
No,
go back
no,
to the
but
matrix.
we're gonna answer your
No.
email specifically.
I support.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I support our version of what you're suggesting. Just to say it out
Yeah,
loud.
so we're gonna answer it. Okay, so
Thank you.
we're done with attachment F. It is 6:40. Let's
Okay.
let's go back at 6:50. 6:30 something, whatever. 6:50. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you, Captain.
Recording
Right,
in
folks?
progress.
Hey, guess what? 6:50. We're back on schedule. Mr. Jackson, please resume.
Sure. So to go, we're not quite finished with our multimodal transportation updates. So we have revised the comprehensive plan in a number of ways, including the introduction to the transportation element, where the words were added. Streets are to provide safe access and travel for all users, especially pedestrians, bicyclists, transit vehicles, and riders. And also another sub bullet to adopt a policy for bicycle and pedestrian travel to address measures of facility quality, such as level of traffic stress, an indicator used to quantify the stress experienced by a cyclist or pedestrian on the segment of the road network, facility types, route directness, and network completeness. I know that we have a question about this, which we could potentially, we'll keep going. Capital improvement planning, factors arrived at through the planning process, including multimodal level of service, adding in that MMLOS, the vision, the basic vision of the comprehensive plan, amended per direction. Bremerton strives to promote, manage, and maintain a safe, efficient, and integrated multimodal transportation system to support a healthy and vibrant community. Added words, while minimizing auto dominance on city roadways through the development of complete streets vision focused on multimodal functions and level of service.
Whoever came up with auto dominance, thank you.
Yeah.
I think you guys did, I gotta be honest.
Moving on to transportation policy.
Is that automatically dominating?
I was gonna nitpick about the hyphen.
Oh.
Automobile dominance.
Oh, sorry.
Since we all understood it.
Probably fine.
It just sounds like our overlords are gonna take over.
Well, they have.
Mr. Jackson, I suggest you move on.
Policy once again, TR2A, MMLOS, and then there was the words non-vehicular were used quite a bit of time in the study session. That's added in to minimizing auto dominance. It's again on streets by working toward further developing complete streets with non-vehicular multimodal functions and then LOS. And then in the city services appendix for streets and transportation level of service, you can see there in track changes, multimodal level of service, MMLOS is defined in the transportation technical appendix attached to F. Letting people know that that MMLOS is part of our level of service for streets and transportation. And are we ready to move on to further revisions for parks and underserved areas?
Just one thing, since you're doing the typos or non-vehicular is 2 words, no hyphen. I just Googled it, so.
Oh.
Okay.
Denise, go ahead.
I was probably a little early because it's about parks. So Garrett, do you want to read that or unless we're not done with the other?
I have a question about something that came up before.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thanks. In the introduction, you have the adopt a policy for bicycle and ped travel to address facility quality, etc. But at the end, it says facility types, route directness, and network completeness. Can you just give me an example of what that would be?
So, so facility type, sidewalk, side path, shared use path,
Okay.
bike lane.
Route
connected bike
directness?
lane. Route directness, it's a metric to quantify how out of the way a route is for a specific trip.
Okay.
So that's when we're looking at maybe our city, our centers and how to connect those as direct as possible. The ferry system from East Bremerton, and then network completeness. So when you're talking about multimodal transportation, you're looking at the extent to which your overall transportation network is available to different modes of travel. So in other words, we're again looking for more of that balance system to make sure that it's not only about cars and people in motor vehicles, but
Okay.
it's also about.
Thank you.
Okay, pets and bikes, thanks.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go down on the parks, please.
Yeah, all those, yes.
Okay. Parks and underserved areas. There's language added to this policy, provide community gathering points within neighborhoods supported by programming like city parks and recreation and crime prevention education, particularly in underserved areas. I think that was specifically council.
And I love that. I just wanted to make a point. I think I brought it up, but just briefly last time. When I was recently meeting with Director Barker, he was already anticipating this, I think, and pointed out to me that in the current format of our PROS plan, the way that we lay it out, there is really no opportunity to identify underserved areas because of the way they're grouped. I believe he plans to change that 6 years from now in the next PROS plan. But I'm wondering if there's any mitigation, any suggestion from staff, from any department, as to how that could be measured using something like the PROS plan.
I believe the PROS plan already has a kind of gap analysis for their level of service within the PROS plan. They have a number of measures, whether you're driving to a park or walking to a park.
Okay.
So I would guess that the areas between, like they have a radius off of a park. I would guess that it's very simple to identify those underserved areas by areas that are outside of those radiuses from parks.
Here's the rub. It's the type of park. And again, I really don't mean to be self-serving with my district, but it's just what I'm familiar with. We've got a beautiful memorial park at the north end of our district, but no playground. So we might be, those who live around me might be within 10 minutes walk or whatever of a park, but not from a playground. So I'm not making any suggestions about how to change this or anything. I just continue to want to ring that bell if we're really making a commitment to underserved areas, just encouraging a more thorough, deliberate means of doing that. And maybe Director Barker is already taking care of that. Just wanted to raise that.
And I really am speaking out of turn. It would really best be a question for parks. Me interpreting the PROS plan is probably not going to get the best, most direct answer. But I'm sure.
You did a great job.
I did a great job.
No, it's a council member Fry's points. The way the PROS plan is set up is by facility type. And as Garrett mentioned, we do have a coverage map, but it doesn't really tell the story. I think there's a way that we can probably kick it around within the Parks and Rec Commission and try to find a way to address it within this PROS plan update. And then when we look at the next one, 6 years down the road, when we look to separate it out by districts, I think it'll be a lot easier to spell it out that way.
Great. Thank you, Director and Garrett.
So Mr. Barker, you're good with this language here. This is not going to restrict you and you understand what is going to be okay with your PROS plan. Yeah.
And this
Right.
doesn't exclude like community centers, built facilities, right? Which would be a community gathering point. Doesn't exclude them, is
No, these
Great.
are examples, yeah. Community gathering points.
All right.
Moving on. All right, to the Wright Creek wetland system. There's a number of revisions that were requested that we have included. Particularly this language about preserving and protecting fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas through regulation, acquisitions, incentives, new language, partnerships with conservation organizations such as the Great Peninsula Conservancy and other techniques. Period. The city should identify the Wright Creek wetland system as a high priority for preservation, support regional initiatives such as the Chico Creek Basin Project, other sediment recovery plans, and additional opportunities for environmental protection.
Okay, I'll just be really quick. That was my language, but can't we just say, we identify the Wright Creek wetland system as a high priority for preservation? Instead of the city should, because that's not language I see elsewhere in this matrix. Or Wright Creek wetland system is a high priority for preservation.
Sure, and I think it's because it's a particle list is why it has some of that softer language. It gets more general toward the end. I guess as directed by council, this doesn't seem appropriate.
I'm just asking.
I understand the city should identify Wright Creek wetland system. It's like, can it be that the city identifies the Wright Creek wetland system as a high priority for preservation instead of should? Because you got should and shall, and should means nothing.
That could make we could make that change if directed by council.
I have a question then. If we're specifically calling out Wright Creek wetland system, is DCD aware of other wetland systems that are higher priority wetlands?
No, if there hasn't been a specific wetland system that has been brought to our attention as a higher priority by public comment than Wright Creek wetland system.
Okay, and then is the horse already out of the barn? In other words, is the Wright Creek wetland system basically already developed?
No,
Isn't there a housing development that borders the wetland?
it is over 400 feet away.
So that's
It
not
does affect
affected.
the habitat score for the wetland rating, having that housing development
But
there.
it's already there.
As far as the should being considered too, the Wright Creek wetland system is in Pendergast Park. So there could be some repercussions on, I'm not sure what that would look like. Do we give part of the park back for preservation?
That's my concern. So we have this plan for this expanding the soccer facility. You need to be careful here. I understand your intention, preserve the wetland. But anytime you do something like this, could have possible repercussions.
It's true. There is a difference in elevation of over 60 feet between the Bark Park area of Pendergast and the area beyond the Bark Park that is being considered for play fields. There is a very sheer drop down to the wetland system. And it's like there's upland, there's 60 foot pretty much straight down, and then there's water. So this is not, we're not talking about something that has a really close relationship to anywhere in Pendergast, excepting a small area directly behind a stormwater retention pond that functions for the entirety of Pendergast, which feeds into the wetland. There's an area of perhaps 12,000 square feet. Am I exaggerating, Mr. Bertham? That is left unmowed.
So
Because it
sure.
floods.
So my point is, okay, someone owns all the property is owned by someone or some entity.
Yep.
Why are we doing this? We need to be careful here as far as what do you want the city to do to protect the Wright Creek wetland system? More regulation other than what the current regulation we have? Because the current regulation that we have already addresses this. So why do we need to specifically call it out in the comprehensive plan?
Because it's the opportunity for grant funding for Great Peninsula Conservancy.
To buy it?
To buy it.
And the property is available for sale.
They have big signs up saying for sale. So I would say yes.
And so that's why we're doing this, is we believe some entity is going to come in and buy this property.
If you remember back in March 2024, I know you had a lot on your plate at that time, but I was talking with Great Peninsula Conservancy about connecting with them to get a grant to purchase just the wetland and the buffer. But they said, well, actually, you need to have already put it in it already needs to be in your comp plan in order to apply for the
Okay,
grant.
fine.
The grant comes
Okay.
up for application in 2026.
Okay,
So,
good.
yeah, there was a reason.
All right, I'm
Okay.
good. I just need to have an explanation why we're doing this. I'm
Yeah.
good. See?
I wonder, I wonder if it might be helpful to hear from Director Barker or not about how this would impact the development of Pendergast Park. He might not have thought it through enough, doesn't have a study, all of that, but I just wanted to give him the opportunity to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you. I haven't really spent a whole lot of time looking at that. What I have looked at is the original plan for Pendergast Park that is not possible to recreate once the indoor soccer facilities were put in place. Originally, where the indoor soccer facility is at, there were multiple classes that were constructed down the look there. And so at this point, the only plan that's been moving forward is that of the soccer field. But we're also looking at a facility that's now nearly 30 years young, and there are other needs that need to be addressed, but we haven't created a master plan for that site. And the original is really obsolete at this point.
If I remember correctly, there's been some concerns that areas of Pendergast Park are active wetland
They are.
in the past. Okay. So that
But
would be
they're-
probably considered part of the Wright Creek wetland system?
No, those are vernal ponds. You wanna, can I go on about vernal ponds?
I'm not sure it's necessary,
I
but
think
I'm
you
gonna support you on it. Just say the city identifies the Wright Creek wetland system to high priority. Is that
Thank
your
you,
point?
Eric. Yep.
Can we move on?
That's
Can
all
we
I
make that
want.
change?
That's
please?
all I need. I'm satisfied.
Right. Denise, you good? We're gonna move on? All right, thank you. Go ahead, please.
In the appendix, there is some suggested language to add Wright Creek to portions of forested lands that are undeveloped, including some fauna, some otters and beavers, which were also added. Okay. No comment?
Thank you.
Climate.
Other than I don't believe a mole is a good beneficial thing, but I
It is in
don't want
California.
them at my property.
Isn't it
Okay.
a bowl?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
But yeah, they're only on the dry side in Washington, but
So
Yeah,
for
it's
climate, climate change in portions of the comp plan, there's some reference to Kitsap County's countywide planning policies. And it gives some examples of those planning policies. We added one to develop policies and actions to address climate change as requested.
thanks. Instead of considering it.
Cool. Mapping references. So there was a request that the source be listed on the map. Makes sense. And so we have our references here for each one of the maps that were added. They were too small on this kind of tile display, and so we just added below whether it was added from Kitsap County, Open Data GIS, Department of Natural Resources.
These are good maps.
And we've already covered attachment F, so we'll ooh.
Can we go back and do it?
Let's read it now. And then existing policies. So these are items that the council asked for more information on, not necessarily revisions. So where is emergency management reference? And that's in the transportation element and the city services element. These are both policies on emergency preparedness. Would you like me to read these out?
I'm good unless we can all read.
Yeah.
Anyone have questions, please ask Mr. Jones.
I have a question.
Go ahead on.
How will we notify people of these emergency preparedness plans in advance of wildfire, smoke, heat, emergencies, cold emergencies, plus, our standard earthquakes.
The fire department, their new system that, they put in, I think.
They have that. Yeah, they have that.
And then they're signing up for city notification, so.
Okay. And it's just because we have so much turnover here, right? Like, so are we letting new people know about this?
I can follow up with IT and send an email out requesting some additional information to council on how we can notify the public in situations like this. That's interesting.
Or before the situation would be even better.
Right.
Okay.
Right. When we talk about emergency management in this context, is this about more like internal city things? We have the county has the Department of Emergency Management. Right. To me, that when I first read this until you brought it up, I assumed this was more emergency, like how do we become a resilient city so that when something happens, it's like, well, we can't do anything, so. But I was just wondering if you knew.
We do work with Kitsap County experience and effort, but we do have our own local.
Is this reference more internal or more about emergency management in the community?
So for the first one for transportation, increase resilience to the city's transportation system. So that's really internal for the city to consider. City services prepare emergency preparedness plans, including instructions for public staff and community members or support locations available immediately following the incident. That's more Kitsap County's role as far as identifying emergency locations, and it's just the city conveying that information to the public.
Is it possible that we're missing some punctuation here, which would change things, like instruction for public, staff, and for community members? Because I don't know, what's public staff?
I am public staff. Members of the staff. So, for instance, in an emergency, I am required to report to the Norm Dix Government Center and be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. If
Just
there's
be
an
helpful.
earthquake, I'm supposed to be there to help in emergency response. I would be public. I know. I'm sure there's someone that.
No. I was just wondering how you would get here. Right. You'd call a new transportation.
That's with our resilient transportation plan.
Yeah. No, I think you would be great in an emergency, Garrett.
Yeah.
Just literally wondering how you'd get here.
Existing, or I'm sorry, are we ready to move on to emergency management?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And then just asking for existing policies related to multimodal level of transportation. And we have a number of those, which we've highlighted the word multimodal just to call it out. There are a number, so I don't think you want me to read through these. They are available for you to read, but there are land use element, economic development element, transportation, and the transportation element. This portion of the Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council, individual transportation policies. So, and then get into the ordinance. But if council wants to spend time looking at these individual items, just once again, it's just information to let you know that they do exist.
I'm good.
All right. Well, with that said, I will then stop sharing and go back to the presentation.
We read this. We did.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. Okay, so that's what slide number 4. So questions about the comprehensive plan. So now I think is the time where we'll transition into those emails that we received and go through those kind of line item by line item for the council to consider. I know at the last study session, we had something similar where we took an email and went through to see how council wanted to proceed. So we'll do the same here in the order that we have gotten them today. Councilmember Coughlin first. Wish I could see some stuff on the screen here. There we go. Okay, so this is, was sent to all council members, our response. Here, our responses are orange.
Thank you in advance for a really quick response.
Really quick response, thank you.
accommodating.
Vicky
Last
was
minute.
very
Yep.
helpful for there's a lot of transportation
you.
questions here. She was the lion's share of that. Very appreciative of our public works colleagues. LOS transportation plan, as discussed last time and given recent comments submitted by Eric Peterson. So
I think that was good. We had an email from him yesterday or this morning. So I think he's referencing a good ordinance from Bellingham, which now I understand we will be tackling after that transportation plan, translating that to an ordinance. At which point we can be looking to Bellingham for the language.
For the code.
For the code, yeah.
EMC,
Yes,
absolutely.
yes.
Yeah.
So I am good there
okay, height building max and employment district. So this is in the downtown Sudbury plan between Warren Pacific and south of Fifth Street. My understanding is the Navy ultimately did not end up requesting a maximum height in this area due to security concerns. So our conversations with the Navy were related to the zones that were changing. So in the multi-use zone, we needed to find common ground with the Navy. Really, because it's the right thing to do, and two, because PSRC has policy requirement for it. So the height was changing in that zone. The Navy did not have a problem with that revised 80-foot height limit, but the employment district zone, that height wasn't proposed to change. So it was 80 feet and it's proposed to change, to stay the same at 80 feet. So with that explanation, did you have questions?
Yeah, I think so. Cause I remember talking to, I believe it was Commander Hale at some point. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we're not setting the height because the Navy's request, because my understanding was obviously the line of sight concerns, but that my understanding is that can be mitigated when the building's built and the operations can control access to the rooftop, and that was sufficient. So I wanted to make sure we weren't making the decision to limit the height based on the Navy's input. If that's just our, planning commission and your professional expertise, thinking 80 is appropriate there.
And it wasn't, that height limitation wasn't based off Navy request.
Okay.
It was what's allowed in all of their centers is that 80-foot height limit, so that our downtown should at least meet that 80-foot height limit. We do still have a market-driven height in the downtown core, 80-foot otherwise.
I guess that's my only kind of lingering question is when you look at the map, and I don't know if it's possible to pull it up just so folks see.
Yeah.
Since we'll talk about downtown sub-area plan, it's that if we pass this, then we'll have 80 feet limit. Here we go.
We all also have this in our email, if you want to zoom in.
Oh, good. So that employment district there is what we're talking about. So that'll be 80-foot maximum, but the surrounding downtown core, I don't know if it's blue or purple, my messed up eyes. But that's no height limit. So it's a little odd to go from the mixed use above it, which was, can't remember the height was. No, it's lower than 80.
In the previous zones where the mixed use
Going
aggregated?
from like north to south.
North to south, this is,
Yeah.
I'm not sure out here, but here it's 80. The big pink zone
Okay.
would be 80. And then the market driven, and then 80.
80
I
again.
believe the green here on the waterfront, I believe is 175.
175.
Right. So the downtown waterfront, downtown core, and employment district aren't proposed to change for their maximum height. The really big change was this aggregated multi-use zone. In order to encourage development that's closest to our largest employer, transit, etc. If you're considering, if you're considering a market-driven height for all of downtown, that would take additional review from the planning commission and environmental review. So just.
Did we
if
have
that's
that
what
for a
we can-
while?
80s enough, isn't it?
Did we have market rate for a bigger area? Did we
Yeah,
realize?
market forces.
Yeah, I think it's, I- I thought we brought some of it down to 80 because. of
Yeah, I think it was
community concern.
120 for a while, wasn't it?
There was no limit, or I thought in a bigger area, but the real issue here is like, anything above sort of 5 stories is really like gonna be a concrete, well, you can do like a pedestal, so like a 3-story concrete and 5 stories stick built, and that's your kind of 80-foot limit. But really anything above 5 stick built, wood built, stories, you're talking about really kind of like a high rise.
Yeah.
So the market would have to significantly change over here for that to even be an issue. But like a lot of things, where there's no limit, allows somebody to maybe make one that's 81 feet or something like that because of the way, something is just there, so.
The downtown core in the previous comp plan or the current zoning, is that market still?
Yes.
Okay, so it's staying market, right? Okay.
Pretty good?
I think so.
All right.
My concern,
A lot, but it's fine.
my concern on this is that usually places like sort of step up from the shore.
Yeah. And
Because instead of creating a potentially 175-foot wall between the people and the water.
That's why shoreline access is required with any development, and it would really follow that development pattern of the Marina Square, 400, Harborside. They're all kind of naturally that height because, as Councilmember Goodenough pointed out, there's kind of an economic sense at some point to where you need to pay for high-rise concrete steel construction.
Which waterfront views could help with, but also it could give more people access to waterfront. But
which would be,
I do think it's somewhat unlikely. I mean, it could happen.
but for if you do develop along the shoreline, you would be required to add that pedestrian promenade connection. Right now, it goes from the marina up to, I believe, around 5th Street. Any development that's added in the future would need to provide a connection with that as a condition of development. So people do have additional access to the shoreline.
so even if they took a chunk in the middle,
Even if they took a chunk in the middle. So
kind of
and-
like bike lanes that aren't attached. to
Yeah.
anything.
so.
Yeah, when the harbor side and the 400 went in, they had connections. And it was that way for a long time. And then when the Marina Square development went in, they've all connected. So you can really go from the ferry all the way to 5th Street along the water.
Sure. So it's not just a connection along the waterfront either. You
Oh, yeah.
provide a connection to the right of way.
Yeah.
So it's not just going to be an island unto itself. You have that individual show.
Do have another comment. What I was saying, we basically move on because I have another comment about use blocking.
I'm done.
I agree with you.
Okay, so these comments here, discussing bringing back down Mark Joe Hyde, that's answered.
Yes.
Sorry, Jeff, I didn't read that.
No, you did, yeah.
Okay, changes we could make regarding view preservation and or addressing the concerns of residents regarding view obstruction. In particular, with regards to areas where we are proposing increased heights. So, and that goes on to, can we include language referring to implementation of slope height determination or step backs to mitigate view blockage, as happened with certain buildings recently in Manette. So Manette isn't an area where we propose for a height increase. Currently, the comprehensive plan has view preservation noted for public and not for private view. So maintain street ends for public access and views. Make sure public parks or public land maintain those views. But that otherwise, we have here large setback requirements and low maximum building heights are identified by the Department of Commerce as being potential barriers to the creation of additional housing. So as we're considering increasing housing stock, any area that may be additionally regulating would mean less housing units, something for that city council to consider. So really, this is up to the council. This could be, but that's the information provided by staff.
No, I appreciate it. And this is coming from, I mean, I remember a lot of people's new buildings go up. And I think one example was Denise's district. There was, I see that was the building. That was
The Spike building.
yeah, you know, it was
Yeah.
apartment building built right in front of another apartment building. So people had, you know, beautiful water views, and then all of a sudden another building right in front, which also knows, you know, somewhat inevitable if you have a developable parcel in front of you. But then, yeah, Manette, I've heard a lot recently, a couple houses that went right to the maximum height, but were, you know, pretty blocking the views. I've seen it firsthand. It's like, oh yeah, that was, if I lived there, I'd be upset too. I get it. And so I was just trying to find if other cities had addressed this, and it looked like a few had implemented some language to, I don't know full details, but to say, all right, instead of setting the height from either the mid slope of a slope, we'll set it from the bottom. We'll take into account of the design review board to implement elements of a roof sloping in the right direction that doesn't block the view as much.
It was
Just different elements I wanted to bring on the table.
It was either Kitsap County or Port Orchard when I was reviewing that notice of proposed land use action that required like SEPA level notification anytime a view might be blocked. So like the whole community could
Like
come,
a public view or a private view?
like the situation he's describing in the net.
So that would be a private view.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how we could do that because like I used to own a house that had an incredibly beautiful view, and some guy went out of his way to build garage houses that blocked everybody's views. And there's nothing like, you don't pay supposedly more taxes if you have a better view than somebody who doesn't. So I'm not sure how
I'm just saying it was in their,
we can regulate.
it was in their code that you had to have public notification. That's all I got.
Typically, actually preserve the view covenant, and people purchase those from their neighbors
Yeah.
for that, and that's typically how that's happened.
Yeah,
You
so
have their rights.
as Gunnar mentioned, so I have some experience with this. I have some property in Tacoma. And historically, the neighborhood had covenants that restricted homes to be single level. And they had the measurements and all that stuff. And the city of Tacoma actually helped out and created a view preservation district. And it was based on those covenants. So here you have in Bremerton, situation where historically, you correct me if I'm wrong, Garrett or Andrea, where we don't go out and protect private views. We haven't had that in the past, and now you're asking us to do that in the future. One, it will create value for people that have views, and it will possibly negate value people that have property they want to develop. And I don't think I want to be in that business. My personal opinion has always been, if you want to make sure no one blocks your view by a waterfront or whatever the view is. If not, you're in danger. And as Gunnar stated, I've seen examples where people have actually purchased view easements of their down properties, and they pay for that, and rightly so, because that's a private property and it's a transaction. I don't think we want to get in that business. So the city of University Place, they have the same position, right, that the city of Bremerton has, in my opinion, and they don't protect views. But again, the city of Tacoma had that view overlay district because the residents wanted it, but it's something they had all these years, and it was built into their development. So I don't think I want to open that up.
We do say street ends
That's fine.
are public access, but they're not. Like Garrett saw it firsthand when he came to visit my district, where one neighbor came out and said, there's no way you're going to allow people.
And so that's
on the street.
that's a public policy the city of Lakewood is currently addressing with street ends. So there's several lakes, Gravelly Lake and others, American Lake, I think is another one, where there's these street ends, and historically the neighbors have taken it over. And basically, they've done an eminent domain on the city, and the city said, you can't do that. And by the way, we can't give away public. So now they're dedicating funds to opening up the street ends. And so maybe that's what the city should be looking at. So I think our efforts should be on,
That sounds like a great idea.
but we don't have no money. But our efforts should be on protecting views and access to the public through the street ends, which are the public right of way, and we can't give those away anyway. Oh,
Which could be developed through private development. If private development occurs in your street, it could develop that for further access to. So that's an opportunity if the city doesn't have fun adding to.
are we good, Jeff?
Yeah, I just kind of want to honor, I just feel like there were a lot of public comments about this and I can have a solution. I just realized I was reading through everything. I was like, I'm searching, I was like, we don't really address it. So, I want us to talk to people on, at least consider what any options are out there.
To me, like, it's the opposite. So we take a situation like we were talking about in Denise's district, like, so that one building was there and I don't know, let's say 5 stories, great views because there was like an empty lot there for a long time. But now the owner of that, how can we tell them, even though the person adjacent to you can build a 5-story building, you can't build it, or you can't build it at all? Like,
We do that all the time. Oh,
no,
like,
we don't.
we do. I mean, we change policy based on like if the state changes its policy.
Oh, sure, understood, sure. So you could have a place where maybe you built a 1-story home and now somebody can come in front of you and build a 3-story home. That's progress. That's because we're trying to infill. That's because the motivation there is to make affordable housing to more housing stock. So that that's a greater good thing to me. Whereas protecting somebody's view is, so then let's say it's your land that you want to build on. If I say you can't because he needs to be able to see something, that's economically unfair to you. So,
I'm just saying stuff like the way people complain, for example, when they were forced to have indoor plumbing.
yeah.
And it's not just buildings and Denise has her hand up. So 1 second. So it's also vegetation. And do you really want to go down that road protecting oh my goodness. Do you think parking's an issue? Wait until you get into enforcing people's views. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, I have had several discussions with people in my district, including on Halverson, that are concerned that somebody could build an apartment building or whatever. And I concur with Michael. It's a greater good. We really have to put individual needs at a lesser priority than the population's needs. And you all know I love a view. And when you buy a house, you do pay more. At least in the state of California, you paid a lot more for an ocean view. I don't know whether that comes through in the appraisal or not, but again, times change. That apartment building in my district could have purchased that property in front of them if they really wanted to hold on to that view and hope that nothing gets built on the other side of Wheaton. So, views, anything with nature, is, I think it's more a matter of public rights to views than it is individual. And I say that, of course, visiting Hawaii right now with an ocean view. But yeah, good intentions.
This isn't something I think we should dive into. I'm just saying that people really are accustomed to having zoning changes happen. That's all I'm saying. But for me, we've been pursuing that street end thing in every budget for the past 15 years. It's one of our top priorities. And have we added one in the last 2 decades? No. 3 decades?
Not that I'm aware of. I've been here for 12 years, and I'm not in public works that would develop street ends, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. So that I think is of importance, the public having access to the water. But the private views, neither you nor there.
I think Mr. Jackson already.
A gap that's seen is
is there's no specific tools or strategies suggested to address long-standing vacant buildings. Principally commercial, like we see downtown or in other parts of the city, but possibly also residential. Can we add specific strategy like a vacant building registry, fines, fees with maintenance enforcement, code compliance, adaptive reuse incentives via funding and expedited permitting, and temporary uses of currently vacant buildings for things like arts, seasonal markets, and pop-up vendors? And staff response is that such specificity might not be appropriate for the comprehensive plan. Policies we have policies below that exist to address this topic, both in land use and economic development. The council is free to further investigate and implement any of these measures at any time. Many uses mentioned, arts, seasonal markets, pop-up vendors, would likely currently be permitted in commercial mixed-use zoning districts when able to satisfy international building code and international fire code requirements. So, yeah, that'll open it up to the council.
Agree. So that I hear all the time. I think everyone's on the same page. So it's the level of specificity is not appropriate for the comp plan. I definitely understand, but yeah.
Yep.
Take on.
Several goals focus on minimizing displacement. And I think there is a lot of good language on specific tools to address it. I see a lot of resident concern on this topic in particular. And I think it'd be good to have a slide or two in the deck for the public presentation highlighting them. We agree. So we're happy to follow through with that and provide a slide at the public hearing, particularly maybe highlighting that recent ordinance.
Yeah.
So
like that.
Happy to do that. ROC Northwest in a recent webinar recommends language in the comp plan to reaffirm that manufactured housing is safe, affordable, and permanently low-income housing. Can we add language for that? Staff points out that it might not be appropriate for the city to determine that manufactured housing is always safe, affordable, or permanently low income. Below are some as a small selection of existing policies identifying safety, affordability, and low income housing. So safety, we have the H1C, promote and incentivize private communities to improve existing housing stock so that all housing is safe, sanitary, and good repair. Affordability, support access to quality and affordable housing for all Bremerton residents. Low income, address the need for low and very low income housing affordability. Recognizing these critical needs will require public support through funding, collaboration, and action with agencies, nonprofit organizations, developers, and jurisdictions. So happy to open that up.
Perfect. Yeah, I was just watching some webinars in February of this year, and Jennifer was here, especially given her district. It was a webinar on essentially how to help mobile home communities that were experiencing, like we've heard about, when someone comes in and buys and rents are skyrocketing. I know we have new state law that'll mitigate that. But this was particularly on how to help communities like that become resident owned, and they had some grants and funding, all that. Anyway, it was just towards the end where it popped out exactly. It was like, oh, our suggestion is to make sure this language is in your comp plan. So I wanted to bring that up, but I guess we don't feel firm in all three of those. I think the point was just to be like, manufactured homes are a cheap but reliable form of housing that serves a lot of people.
We permit them, do we not?
Right.
We don't make a distinction between manufactured homes and single family homes. And we have some additional flexibility for ADUs when it comes to manufactured homes.
Okay.
So if I could, I think what you're getting at is preservation of existing mobile home parks. So with those words, it helped me because I didn't know what ROC was. And then I'm reflecting on comments that Jennifer made during the council retreat. So if that's the principle of the preservation of existing mobile home parks, maybe we can just comb through the policies and see if there's a place to fit that. Does that make sense?
I think it does, because what they were saying is like the two actions to consider. The first one is zoning protection, a dedicated manufactured home park zone that ensures the next owner cannot change the use, eliminating affordable housing. And then after that, it said comprehensive plan, manufactured housing should be included in all municipal plans as safe, affordable, and permanent low-income housing.
So does that mean if somebody had a mobile home on their property and they aged out and sold the property, that somebody couldn't remove a 40-year-old manufactured home and do a stick built in there?
No, I think they were focusing more on, somebody comes in and buys an entire mobile home park.
Okay.
And then says, hey, we're gonna redevelop this whole thing into, say, big single family homes, or, you know, whatever the called minimum density that we allow. And then all those folks are displaced from their mobile home.
So preserve the zoning.
Yeah.
Is there
what-
special zoning for mobile home park?
There's not.
What Jennifer, I think, brought up the other month.
Well, we got lots of zoning changes. Make a session for it.
So be careful though, again, unintended consequences. What happens if a developer wants to build a low income multifamily thing with high rises with more density? Oh, you can't do that. You got these 1980 mobile homes here and they're permanently grandfathered in. We've got to keep them. And maybe the proprietor of the mobile home park doesn't keep them in good repair, lets them run down. And now we're kind of stuck with this thing. I really don't like restricting private property owners' rights. If they're, whatever their zoning is, whatever their zoning is. And in a little bit, you guys are gonna go after me with market forces for parking, and I'm saying market forces for land use. If you have the appropriate zoning, you allow the appropriate highest and best use be used and don't restrict it to save. And I'm sorry, I know there's humans behind this. I understand the intent, but I think that's a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, I don't know if this is
We're
the way
going to look at our displacement language policies that we have and just make sure it incorporates things like mobile home community.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but it doesn't have to be in the comprehensive plan.
Well, because we have policies in the comp plan for anti-displacement, and so they just called it out as including mobile home parks that might help bolster some of our displacement stuff that we have.
But is that gonna restrict the property owners?
We'll look at that. You want us to look at mobile home communities, concerned about them being displaced.
And you're suggesting you may make this change for next week?
We'll take a look at policies if there's consensus. So I'm not sure that there's consensus. I'm just trying to take what Jeff talked about. Where it might be appropriate.
Seeing as we have displacement for a lot of things, I think it's worth looking at.
We could also, for the suggestions about retaining housing from the previous comment, add in to that slide educational portion about the state's new rent increase requirements. Because that might, that in itself might, I don't want to say solve this displacement issue in mobile parks, but they could.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think we could at least probably reference it now that it's passed and signed.
So one question I actually have, so that what we've been looking at as far as displacement for like a resident, like we talked about, obviously, if we can condemn a building, but also there's some other triggers that the building owner or whatever, the property owner would have to pay for relocation. Would those not include someone renting a mobile home or the space, you know, that the mobile home sits on? I'm wondering if those would be excluded in the current language. Anyways, I support you guys looking at this.
Yeah,
I'll say
I
that.
want you to look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to look.
Okay.
Because the resident owned, the co-op model is in our current comp plan draft. Like it says, hey, this is a good way to preserve existing housing. Yeah.
Okay, you have your guidance.
Yes.
A little dangerous because public hearings next week and we got to vote it. I believe we need to pass the comp plan next week.
Yeah, we have to, because we gotta
All right.
get the so you need the certification.
Okay.
I think that's all I have.
Everybody who's gonna miss the comp plan, please raise.
2 typos. Shame. Whatever, 800 pages.
So adding,
Yeah.
can we add past planning commissioner members that are no longer on the commission but contributed to it? Yes, we can do that. District
Just for
3.
clarity,
What about,
this is not for, because I was not even part of the comp plan, I was planning committee. I'm thinking like Maggie Rich, who served for a while, and some others.
Absolutely. District 3 digest, which is part of the public participation appendix. Can we change the typo to DSRC? Yes, we can do that.
I don't support that.
no,
Once again, that link to the economic development element was broken. Thank you for pointing that out. It is fixed. And we will fix that typo to 20 year. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then we can move on to the next comment.
so since we have, these are mine, so since we have discussed almost all of them, can we just scroll down to the roundabout? Will that cheer everybody up
Yeah.
to like miss a whole bunch of Anna comments?
Let's circle it.
There you go.
Is that the only comment we're gonna address?
Just from there forward, and it's almost, that's almost at the end. I know,
So just so we're clear, any comment in here then we will have considered satisfied the previous conversation, except for this roundabout comment.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, just, okay,
Yes.
grant.
I feel that we have thoroughly discussed, and for instance, Vicky explained facilities and route directness and network completeness. Okay, so moving right along.
So the roundabout. And.
So if you scroll up to my comment,
Okay.
if you wouldn't mind, of course. Okay. It's the only highlight I put in.
But
Bad idea. We got a lot of people who agree.
So I guess I would like to sum up, if you could go down and scroll and zoom in on the roundabout and think about the laundromat with 2 entrances and the vape and the car wash and the coffee place. Yeah, just that are all around this.
and that's a bad idea.
I think that this is an inappropriate level of specificity for the comprehensive plan.
Oh,
It's unfortunate that we are required to at least have via.
How about make 13th Street one way
And that.
westbound?
So here's what I was talking to Gary about a little bit ago, so.
Because that's
if you'll
not
scroll
insane.
out- whatever, remember, there you go. So what we can do on it is we can add some more language to the project description.
I'm just
you
saying.
just add, Anna thinks it's a bad idea.
Can we
Just change.
can we just agree that this is an inappropriate level of specificity for the comp plan?
I think, I understand what Vicky's saying. She
They have to
has come up with.
You
a
have to
solution.
check the box.
So put in a signal. And then just,
Can you list a bunch?
Or make 13th Street one way.
That is one that we've already thought.
Well,
That's-
great.
But I mean, so
That
what
one's
I'm,
easy.
so that's what I was thinking, we could, in the project description, we could put other options.
You could
Because
just-
that's not even gonna be done until they're first it's prioritized, which is done. And then if we decide we're gonna go for funding, then we look at that and really figure out what it is that's gonna work. Public comment, we're gonna get public comment, all of those
what's
things.
scary is these decisions that the consultant made are now on the tip.
Yeah.
Well,
The
Yeah.
tip doesn't get it constructed or designed, it just
But it-
makes it available for potential grant funding. And
I,
let me just say, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think we need to change it here for, like, I think there are maybe better options, but this is a really challenging intersection. Like, there's not a simple solution. Even as much as we want it to be, like, I don't think a signal would be an easy solution
Oh, no, I
at
don't
the
either.
5-leg
It's just
intersection.
something.
And I think the fire department has something to say about closing 13th Street.
I have talked to the fire department, and what they use 13th Street for is going westbound.
Yeah.
So it's not a simple solution, and at this point, I don't think we have enough time to come up with something that, my recommendation is we go with this, modify it, maybe temper it a little bit with some language and move forward.
I agree with Ned, and the underlying principle is you put the most expensive solution in there, so when you get your grant, that's, I mean, please, move on. Just, it's not gonna happen.
I think we should do a bridge of aircraft carriers.
And then the other thing,
There you go. The submarine time.
so we all look at this, and I'm not as concrete as saying, oh, this is a bad idea. I'm not a traffic engineer, and so I don't want to say it's a bad idea. I haven't studied it enough, and I think we're all laymen here, or lay persons. We're not traffic engineers. No one here is a traffic engineer, and it's dangerous for the city council to dictate road standards. You put the most expensive thing in there, you had a city engineer put it in the tip, or a consultant or whatever, leave it in there as a placeholder. We understand why it's an expensive solution. It may or may not be this final solution. It's got to be in the comp plan for the reasons we stated, and let's move on.
I hope there's a better solution. I hope there's a cheaper, more tempered, less costly, non-roundabout solution, but I don't think we have the time to find that solution right now. We need to present something, and I would say move forward with it. And if it would help to follow Vicky's suggestion to temper the language in the description.
I'll put some other options in that we can look at. And I also was gonna say, I think it's on the tip because it's a level of service issue and it needs to be on a 6 year.
It has to be listed.
So that is again, GMA and RCWs and WashDOT, it's gotta be on there.
I'm fine with it as is, slightly
Well, and more
modified.
language.
Yeah, just like an option is.
Yeah, option, or.
A possible
options will be
solution might
considered.
be.
Yeah, other options will be considered for sure.
We're gonna trust you, Vicky, to come up.
Thank
with
you,
something.
thank you.
And the engineer who thinks it's a bad idea.
I
He
don't
didn't say that.
disagree with you.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you. I just.
A
think
bad
we have
idea
to
is
present-
changing the document
Yes. I do
at this
agree
point,
with that.
coming up with a new solution.
I do this a lot though, I know, because I do worry, right? And I've seen this before in past documents, and I've gone both ways with it myself, right? Like a proposal sneaks in at some point, and then it comes in writing and it's there, and then 10 years later, somebody can be arguing of, look, this isn't the plan, we were planning this all along.
Right.
Or somebody could argue, well, that was wish-washy, we're not doing it.
That's fine. The
So,
city council
Yeah.
has to approve any spending, so
Exactly,
it's
yeah.
okay.
I just,
Still have control.
I picked the language very, this is one of many, many things to
You'll,
consider.
10 years from now, city council say, what were they thinking?
You'll be stuck in that roundabout going, what? Ew.
So they won't allow it if it's a bad idea. It's okay.
Okay.
You gotta let go.
So I'm gonna cheer all of you up because I can see that this has, come to an end. Everything else in my email is a zoning request. I am, for example, asking that drive-throughs be stripped from the Charleston district. Because it's an area designed to be walkable, even though parents of very young children really prefer drive-throughs. Because, it's just so much, everything's so stressful. Nonetheless, for a walkable area, let's get rid of permission for drive-throughs. So there are several zoning requests that I make, but the thing is, I don't think we should talk about them at this point because there's nothing we can do about them. That's what I am. I'm saying, we're all done. And in short, Jane, I spent way less time on my long email than Jeff did.
That is true. Okay.
So all done with
So
that.
you're dropping those.
For now.
What do you mean? For tonight?
Yeah, for tonight.
Okay, good.
Yeah. That's my point. Brevity.
Mr. Jackson?
So back to the presentation.
Page 5.
Oof.
So we're done with
we on
the
now?
first,
Slide number 6.
we've got two more
More
sections.
ordinances, right? Unless there are additional questions on the topic.
I have one.
Okay.
I thought this was really well done.
Well, I'm not sure what this was, but I'll take anything.
5512, I thought it was pretty well done. And I thought the plant list was really good. And was full of natives. And many shade trees. I'm just talking because Garrett's
I appreciate it. because
sneaking
this
the
is-
compliments in.
All the public works folks left, so now we're just in the zoning code, right? That's why, I assume? They escaped the transportation, we're done.
Strong feelings on part.
All right, are there any additional questions on the comp plan?
He was asking for the first ordinance.
Correct.
No, that wasn't a joke. He was asking on the
Right,
first one.
because we went through the two emails.
Oh, no.
And now
No.
are there additional questions?
Right.
No. Okay.
Again, that covers the
I'm seeing
entire
that.
comp plan except for the last, except for the co-living housing, is that?
That's the next word.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Relevant regulation, ordinance 5512. So we'll very briefly go over these items because we had a public hearing, we've had two study sessions. So we'll just bring them up, list them out in case there's any additional questions. But with proposed revisions to the downtown sub-area plan, Puget Sound Industrial Center sub-area plan, Bay Vista sub-area plan, East Park sub-area plan, and zoning code related to unit lot subdivision, middle and multifamily housing, lighting regulations, height increases, general commercial, the R40 zone and R18, density and design standards. So, once again, these are the items that we've covered previously. Happy to answer any questions that there might be.
The co-housing is in the next order.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to repeat how very pleased I was to see a planting plan that so clearly reflected the intent of the comp plan and of the intent of BMC 20.50. That looks like a lot of research. And I was really happy to see that it was done.
I'm gonna say something stupid out loud, but just for clarity, we're passing a separate ordinance because this is immediately changing our zoning to reflect, in theory, at the same time we pass the comp plan. So pass comp plan and boom, all this new zoning goes into effect.
Pass the comp plan, independent ordinance and public hearing. Once that's adopted, the second public hearing for implementing development standards. And once that's finished, another public hearing for implementing development standards.
Okay, thank you.
So
Okay.
if you want to really have a mind twist here, we're with the third ordinance, we're even revising documents that you will have potentially adopted with the second ordinance. So the P6 sub-area plan will then be revised in the third ordinance. That was really fun to go through with city attorney on how to appropriately call out. Assumed that this section is adopted with ordinance 5512. And then this change is requested with ordinance 5513.
Okay.
Enjoy the track.
Highlight.
Yep, she recommended colors to differentiate, and it worked out very well.
So when I went through this, I had some questions, and it's probably because I'm not familiar with all the subsections. So if we walk through this, let me just point out, it has to do with density. I just want to make sure that there's not an error. I'm okay with what you've written, but I want to make sure there's not an error.
And this is on the second one.
Yeah, I'm on the
Okay,
second
thank you.
ordinance. So when we go to the one where they talk about most of our zoning, this R10, which is a minimum 6 per acre, maximum 10. Find that section 20.60.
I'm gonna find it in legislative markup.
Well, I don't. Yeah, sure. Yes,
Permitted uses.
I just saw it. Allowable density. Okay, so that's 20.60.065. Okay. Now,
Page are you on?
I'm on page 233 of 467. Okay, this is where I'm confused because I'm looking at this. This is your R10 zoning. Okay, But if you go further on, they'll say something, there's another section that says the minimum density is 18 dwellings per acre, and they have a different section. So that's obviously for a different area, not an R10 and R18 or something. But it doesn't, it's not clear to me. So it says 20.60.065. How do I know that's for R10 zoning?
20, I'm not sure what you're saying, 18 dwelling units.
No, and you'll see, I'll show it to you, but right now for 20.60.065, that this is for R10 zoning, but how do I know that? Because we have other areas that are 18, so that doesn't apply to this.
Right, 20.60, 20.60, that is low density residential zone. The whole, that is 20.60. That's what.
And see, that's my problem is I don't. Where do I see that? Oh, because I'm not blaming you, but this isn't the entire zoning code in your comp plan. That's why I can't follow it.
It's just sections that we.
I need a table of contents. But as long as you're sure that this is okay, and I'm sure you are, but that's why I was confused. It's like, okay, now you're changing the zoning, so I go a few more pages, it'll talk about, you've seen it, right? Where it'll say the minimum is 18 or something to that effect.
And that would be in 27.8, I believe, is a medium density.
Right, okay, so
27.
that's the disconnect, is because I don't have the complete zoning code in front of me where I can see that, oh, that's R10 zoning, that's R18 zoning, that's or whatever.
That's fair. And we're only required to put in subsection to be in legislative markup. And so that's what the intent was.
Oh, see, yeah, I needed a table of contents.
Okay.
Well, then maybe it's just me and you guys all have the zoning code memorized. I don't.
Yes, I do.
The table of contents, it's like a 1 or 2 page, it's a,
In the comp plan?
Yeah, I think that was, in the packet, we can add a table of contents.
Oh, yeah, I'd
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think other people, if they're digging down, they would, because that's
Yeah.
confusing if you don't have that.
2060, it lays it all out, what's general commercial.
Yeah, that would be nice to put in there. So that's my request here. I haven't had a request yet, so that's my request.
Very modest proposal.
I hope that doesn't, throw the whole comp plan out of whack. But yeah,
Put it behind the agenda, Bill, it won't be part of the ordinance.
no, that's fine.
I think we have a solution.
Okay. All right, so that's all I had on that.
Okay.
The parking, that gets into the third one?
The next one.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Do you have comments on that, Eric?
Well, I have comments. I have comments and I'll count to 3 and all that. So, but that's fine. I'll be respectful.
Supervisor procedure of 5512, public hearing, we're not voting next week.
We are voting.
We are voting next week.
To adopt.
On everything.
These three
But
things,
not all at once.
Right. Three
One
separate.
is
public-
three
another.
separate public hearings.
Okay, also, almost within whatever, 30 minutes, 1-3 will write part 1. Okay.
And then parts of which, when you look at this is where the yellow highlights.
Okay.
Because what we didn't want to have happen is that you're looking at this compared to the current zoning code, because the version you're looking at now with the highlights presupposes that you're going to pass 1-2. Does that make sense? Okay.
So could you clarify that, Andre? Are we doing one big public hearing?
That'll be on one public hearing, a vote on the ordinance, another public hearing, vote on the ordinance.
I might be sick next week. One big, beautiful public hearing.
No, and then you don't have to hear from us for a while.
But if the first one doesn't pass, you don't have to vote on the next.
That's true. I was gonna say, what if we don't pass 1-2, but we.
Just for all of you guys, because I hang out and look at annotations, like they have annotated this all over saying presuppose that this is gonna happen.
Okay.
I'm just gonna trust the process, right, Denise?
Oh, I love you, Michael.
All right,
So ready to move on to 5513?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, the items that are in the third and final ordinance, we will go over with more care because you haven't seen these yet. And they include boundary line adjustment alterations, provisions for family daycare providers, co-living housing, new housing and non-conforming buildings, residential cluster development, and market-based parking, which includes the BMC and all sub-area plans. So boundary line adjustment. What is it? Most commonly, you will see that you have a dispute with your neighboring property owner over where the property line is. Maybe you have a fence and you thought the property line was there. It turns out it's somewhere else. You can work with your neighbor to move that property line to an agreed location. We have a municipal process for that boundary line adjustment. We worked very closely with a local surveying company who was very interested in the revisions process. We're very grateful for that, their support. What the boundary line adjustment ordinance does, it updates to allow minor deviations from dimensional standards of the zone. So say there is a 30-foot lot width and your fence is at 29.5 feet. We currently don't have flexibility written into the code to allow that shorter lot width, though it can be incredibly hard for those property owners that have that dispute. So we've added in some language for additional flexibility there. Our surveying community thought there should be additional options for the submitted final documents. Right now, record of survey, boundary line adjustment, declaration, and conveyance of deed need to be on one document, and our surveying partners thought that was not appropriate. That there should be additional flexibility to have 3 separate documents. I guess that's the appropriate accepted standard in the survey community. So we opened up to allow for more flexibility there. Still gets you the same endpoint. And then some revisions for clarity throughout. If you look at this code, there's a lot of legislative markup because the different items were moved around to be in areas that make more sense. So, like I said, this proposed revision has the support of our surveying company, AES. Any questions?
Jeff?
Did sorry, getting late. Did KCAR and KBA weigh in at all on this, or?
They've KBA has come out in support of most of our, and I know that we're not allowed to hear comments from the public, but I don't see any shaking heads back there. So I would say that yes, we have had KBA support throughout the comprehensive planning process. We visited with KBA and let them know what they can comment. Okay.
So I've done boundary line adjustment. This is common sense. I'll give you. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. Family daycare providers. Why are we proposing it? Because we're required to by the state. And specifically, we follow the RCW very carefully. Businesses will be allowed that provide daycare for up to 12 children in any residential or mixed-use zone, straight from the RCW, with requirements that they meet state standards for safe loading areas, and that they provide notification to adjoining property owners that they will have the business.
Are there any like hours?
There is not.
So somebody could have kids playing at 11 o'clock at night or something?
Well, there's
that would be
noise ordinance.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
It's based on state law. I don't think you have much choice.
Right.
I don't have an issue with it either way. Anyway, okay, move on. Yeah. Go ahead.
And once again, required by the state, co-living housing. What is that? Residential developments with sleeping units that are independently rented sleeping space in which residents share kitchen facilities with other residents of the building. So you're essentially renting rooms out, and that's called co-living housing. The state has some very specific language that the lot size has to allow for 6 multifamily residential units in order to qualify as a co-housing site. Okay. And the density, however, when you're determining the maximum number, is that sleeping units count as 1/4 of a dwelling unit. So each bedroom, 1/4 of a dwelling unit, which could lead to maybe some larger facilities, trying to encourage these facilities by counting sleeping units as only 1/4 of a dwelling unit.
Is this allowed in R10?
Yes.
Do we have any leeway in there?
There would not be. It would be that if it's on a 0.6 acre lot, and that would be the minimum size lot.
Okay, that should be
for co-housing.
a 6/10 of an acre lot.
Walk me through why 6/10 of an acre, so.
It is from the state.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Not, okay.
There's nothing we can do, is my understanding, it's state law.
But if there's existing, I mean, rooming houses, they can become legal even though their lot isn't big enough.
We don't have any language for that. This is straight effort for state compliance.
Okay.
If
I think they're legal on the use right now. It wouldn't change that. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I just know of some rooming houses in my neighborhood that they don't have that big of a lot.
And this doesn't include for like group residential facilities, like if someone has some sort of impairment, like senior, housing type situation. This is just essentially, a boarding house by another name.
It's similar to the dormitory.
Right.
So something like Oxford House would not have to.
Correct. That would be its own thing that's separately regulated. So if it's, that would not be considered co-living housing.
Okay.
So I know I had a resident in my district that was gonna win at planning commission. I think she did. Is there a summary of any other planning commission testimony? I didn't get a chance to watch the planning commission meeting.
I reached out to her and
Yeah.
I don't think that I got a response,
Okay,
but I did, and I don't believe that we got a planning commission comment. So
You
maybe
didn't?
she
Okay.
attended and didn't provide comment.
okay. I think generally it was she was in favor and had a property that she was interested in doing it. And I know her main interest was in, the standards to do it right and make it, nice in the neighborhood and that. So does this have any design standards associated with it in terms of? Almost like we did
just
for
being allowed to
ADUs?
use like a single family home. It would
Okay.
have additional design standards for it.
Okay.
As proposed.
Just fall under all our existing, codes for housing.
Whatever the minimum
standards.
requirements of the zone are.
Okay.
Sprinklers.
Sprinklers would be determined by the fire marshal depending upon the size of that proposed structure.
Okay.
I have a question about density.
Hmm?
Is it typical that sleeping units are 1/4 of the dwelling unit?
I think that is an additional incentive listed by the state in order to promote this type of development. Because this is very affordable housing, I think that the state is making sure that they define that the density you're using is that 1/4 of a dwelling unit. It's the only place that I've seen it, and the rationale would be to promote this type of housing.
Okay. So at least 1/4 is the,
Right,
They-
sleeping
okay.
units count as 1/4 of a dwelling
or
unit.
more.
1/4 of a dwelling unit or per sleeping unit. There's not or more. It's just
Okay.
1/4.
Thank you.
Have we looked at other cities that have implemented this since the House bill was passed and they're doing basically all the same? Have they added more?
We just did a
Yeah.
straight per RCW,
Okay.
so I have not researched very, very much on other jurisdictions.
AG.
I'm looking at 380 has the actual text, which is, I think, reflects what was on the slide.
I got lost in the pictures.
I think we can move on. There's nothing we can do about it. This is state law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric.
So new housing and non-conforming buildings. So use conversion. The state, once again, is requiring that if you're an existing commercial building and you're transitioning to multifamily, then there's some state mandates that give you extra flexibility. Now, you have to have received an occupancy permit within the last 3 years. And that doesn't mean that if you have a building that was constructed in the 80s and you haven't had an occupancy permit in the last 3 years, that you don't qualify. It means that if you have new construction, you must wait 3 years before converting your commercial building to multifamily. And the reason for that is that the state carves out some incentives for you to convert. Namely, that the state requires that we allow for a 50% density bonus for whatever the underlying zoning density is. So you wouldn't want somebody constructing a commercial building just to gain system to get additional density, thus the 3 years. But the city cannot deny a permit based off of an existing non-conforming height, setback, modulation, or other feature. So if it's a non-conforming building, the state is giving them the right to convert to multifamily and with the density bonus. And once again, straight from the RCW.
Okay.
I mean, I could say I love incentivizing the reuse of commercial buildings. It's
That counts
where
for
we're going.
churches too, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of empty ones around.
Yes.
Again, another state law, nothing we can do.
Yeah.
about.
Right, yeah.
But I can think of a commercial building in a residential neighborhood has no business being there, but it's a non-conforming use grandfathered. Now they get a 50% density bonus, and this building is on a corner and it's built all the way to the edge of the street, and it's a warehouse in a residential area. And so the state does these things, they don't think about the unintended consequences, but if it's a state law, I'm not gonna argue this because there's nothing I can do about it, but I wish there was some more common sense in the state. Okay.
Is there, though, any state law provide any incentives? Like I know a big barrier to adapting to the use is fire suppression systems and plumbing and, a lot of things that don't come with commercial buildings necessarily.
Is there flexibility for fire standards and stuff? Is that what you mean?
I mean, obviously it would have to come up to modern, it'd have to be converted to modern standards.
So there's some carve outs in the RCW for the building code that if there's existing residential units, then those don't need to come up to current energy code standard.
Okay.
This would need to be analyzed more on a permit by permit basis, but that if you're adding new residential units, they need to meet the energy code. There's a carve out to them for transportation and meeting concurrency. So there's the state, this is what's in the zoning code. This RCW packs some additional measures as it relates to building and transportation. But This is the portion that would belong to zone to go down.
All right.
What page are we on?
Oh, just lost it.
I'm at 384. 380.
Oh, okay, because we skipped parking, so we're going back to parking.
Save that for last.
Right, but that's before page 384.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Okay. That's our last one.
Residential cluster development. So we originally revised this section because it had parking standards that needed to be removed. And the Planning Commission had identified that Kitsap County has a 15% open space requirement for this type of development. And currently we have a 20%, and we should be consistent with Kitsap and change it to 15. Also removing lot size requirements because our lot size requirements are really based on single family homes. So now that we're transitioning to additional housing types, those lot size requirements don't make sense anymore, and they're proposed to be removed for that reason.
The underlying zoning is still safe. So if you have a residential cluster in an R10, it's still R10 zone.
Correct.
Okay.
These are great.
Can
I'm sorry. Are you a member of the public?
I am, but
Sorry.
coming
Okay.
next week, I just have a question.
No, I'm sorry. There's no questions or comments because then I have to open up to everyone. I'm sorry.
Market-based parking. Okay,
So we thought we would start this off with recent state mandates. So Senate Bill 5184 changed the landscape for parking in the state of Washington. It was just signed into law this month. And I will read at this late hour, this giant quote, that the legislature finds that predetermined on-site parking requirements needlessly drive up the cost of development, particularly housing, discourage walking and multimodal transit usage, and encourage excessive reliance on automobiles with the attendant impacts of human health and greenhouse gas emissions. The legislature further finds that the amount of parking that a project actually needs should be determined by a case-by-case basis by the permit applicants sensitive to actual market conditions, rather than a one-size-fits-all regulation that is written into the legislation for the findings. And the resulting legislation requires 0.5 parking spaces for multifamily uses. This is the maximum cities in Washington will be able to require. Maximum of 1 parking space per single family unit, and maximum of 1 space per 500 square feet of any non-residential use. And on top of that, exempt from any parking standards are affordable housing, residences under 1,200 square feet, senior housing, and some other carve-outs. So I thought we would come, the state has really flipped the conversation on parking. Thought we would lead with that, and then lead into what is market-based parking. It is where the city does not have a regulatory requirement for the minimum number of parking spaces on site, that the market would decide how many parking spaces would be provided on site. After considering different recommendation options that included reducing parking minimums, considering a temporary moratorium on parking, or completely transitioning to market-based parking, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended the City Council transition to market-based parking following the May 19th public hearing. There's another quotation here I won't go through, but essentially people don't really care about parking, but it affects a lot of things. Market-based parking, urban design. So parking minimums increase the distance between destinations, making cities and towns less walkable, thereby perpetuating a cycle of less viable transit and mobility options, the need for more driving, and consequently even more parking. We have this image here on the right that shows how increased parking creates more auto dependency. And that instead of a parking space, you could have a housing unit. You'll see here on the right a 500 square foot studio unit. I know that our ADU plans that are going to be free to the public, that we have one that is smaller than this 500 square feet. It's a little 400 as another example. And that as far as there's lots of different figures out there, but that 17% of the units rent can be attributed to parking. New parking and development can cost as much as $40,000 for a stall. And there will be problems likely created from this. There's pros and cons, but this quote from Strom Peterson, it's not about parking, it's about housing. We're in a housing crisis, we're not in a parking crisis. The state depended upon a sightline report for their proposed alterations, noting that 1 in 4 homeowner households in Washington have 1 or no cars, but 91% of parking codes require 2 or more off-street parking spaces for every detached home. 58% of Washington renter households own 1 or no cars. Across the state, 59% of localities require additional parking for larger apartments, increasing barriers to family-sized units, meaning if you have an apartment with multiple bedrooms, generally you're required to have more parking spaces.
It's for the kids when they get their cars.
Big wheels, where are you going to put them? Market-based parking, other PSRC metro cities. So we should point out metro cities, meaning Seattle, Tacoma, Everett, Bellevue. Us and Bremerton. We are the metropolitan cities for PSRC, but that we do not have the same level of transit service as other PSRC metro cities. All other cities have the link or proposed extensions to the link, or at least bus rapid transit, which Bremerton doesn't also. So as we may transition to market-based parking, We should keep in mind that we do not have the developed transit system that other municipalities share. And other potential unintended consequences. So that if you don't have enough parking, people will park somewhere. And that could obstruct public facilities. So that sidewalk, bike lanes, or even in your front yard, if people don't have a designated parking space, they will find one. Areas in the city without sidewalks or bike lanes. So we would be imposing these market-based parking on areas that don't have bike lanes or sidewalks. And an automobile may be the only mode of travel available. Once again, transit options aren't as developed as our other PSRC cities. Parking in landscape areas could create stormwater issues if you have a leaky vehicle leading onto your front yard or landscape areas. Likely lead to increased code enforcement issues and increased emissions when looking for parking. So if there isn't parking available, people may circle the street looking for an available parking space. That creates additional emissions, things to consider. So we kind of whipped through that, but are there any questions about Ordinance 5513?
So how would a developer decide what the market is for parking?
They wouldn't include us in that conversation, so it would be a completely private conversation. I imagine it would, actually, I prefer not to imagine, but I heard that, you consider in how many on-street parking spaces may be available, that you maybe want to reach out.
So I don't know if this was at a few years ago, previous thing, but basically the developers know what their potential tenants look like and what their lifestyle is and who they're going after. So they know they know whether they need part. That's what market-based is. They don't do necessarily a study or anything like that. They know that their average client or tenant is going to want a parking spot or things like that. So what it does change though is, like, a lot of times we'll see like parking on the first floor or something like that. But if there's a rigid requirement, so back when it was one, let's say you could fit 10 parking spaces down there, but now you need to put your elevator in, so you're going to lose one, and there's 10 units upstairs. So now it's 9, and now you've got to build a second floor of parking. So you have to put a ramp in, so you just lost 4 more parking spaces. So now sometimes you just can't fit enough units within there. So it gives them some flexibility. That's the arguments that when we moved it from 1 down to 0.5, or at least downtown, we're at the 0.5.
Downtown, a portion of downtown is currently 0.5, other portions of downtown 1.
Yeah, so, and I would say my understanding was it's not that developers don't want to put parking in. It's they don't want to be forced to put in a formulaic number of parking spaces built, so.
Well, I look at the waste of money at Pendleton Place with that gigantic parking lot with all the retaining walls to hold it up for a building that the majority of people don't.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
So, if that was market based, they would have had half of the parking spots that they have.
Yeah, it's
Denise? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I can be done.
Denise, go ahead, please.
I have a couple of questions, just clarification, when I read the slides. So will this be throughout the city of Bremerton? It would all be market-based? Or would it be in all the sub areas?
No, in R10 zoning, it's 1 parking space per residential unit.
The planning commission decided against that.
No, that's what I thought I read. No, they removed that?
Yeah.
So even in a residential area, supporting your question.
Yeah.
Even in a residential area, single family home, you're not requiring any parking.
Correct.
Wow. Go
Well,
ahead.
that your perceived concern, Eric. I'm I'm a big fan for getting rid of trusting the developers who are building the housing. They have to sell them or they have to rent them. And so they are doing analyses all the time on what the market is. That's why it's called market-based. So in my district, particularly in Harrison Heights, we want as much housing in there as possible, fully supportive of getting rid of the parking minimum. Um, here's my question, and it involves a little personal experience. I also think that part of this, and the state legislature wrote what they did, which seems to support this premise, is that we're not just supporting, but we're advocating for a cultural change. So we're not simply supporting the fact that we're becoming less car dependent, but we're pushing it. We're not, I won't say forcing, but we're more than encouraging it. So if you want to buy this affordable home, you'll no longer have a parking space. Um, that concerns me in single family homes, quite frankly. And this is why, and it could be my old lady perspective here. My son recently bought a brand new 4 bedroom, I don't know, 3,000 square foot home. And they have a 2 car garage and they have a driveway that can accommodate 2 cars. We all know that people, at least a lot of people, don't use their garages for cars. They use them for storage units. So they put all the stuff that they've accumulated and then they park in their driveway. What impact this has, and it might be inconsequential, but it's near and dear to my heart, is that we're not promoting the socialization of family and friends in our homes when we don't have parking for people to visit, let alone live there. We're also talking about these co-living spaces where you might have 5 or 6 people, families living in one house. So I want to be careful with this, and I don't want to push cultural change where the impacts are going to outweigh the benefits. And I'm mostly concerned with, I'd love to get rid of the parking minimums near the ferry downtown in the Harrison Heights sub area. Heck, along the corridor. I don't think our commercial, we don't need all those empty parking lots. I'd love to see multifamily housing being developed along the 303 corridor. Um, so I'm a fan of that, and yet I'm concerned about its impact on families that do live in homes, single family homes, their opportunity to use that home as something other than a sleeping and living space for just themselves. So those are some thoughts I've had, and I congratulate our planning commission. I'm very appreciative of the advocates. Um, uh, I'm appreciative of those that are proud. They want Bremerton to be one of the first cities to pass this. I get all that. I get our multimodal community. I just don't want to go too far and drastically impact the culture of Bremerton in a way that we may not recognize as what Eric called the unintended consequences. So I'd love to hear how other council members feel about that. And also, DCD, is there an impact, to family lifestyles, with getting rid of parking? I don't know. Again, I might be talking as a grandma who just wants to have a parking space when I visit my grandchildren.
So before we get to Jane and then Anna, I want to clarify, page 359 says single family homes located in the residential zone shall provide 1 parking space.
When I stopped sharing my screen and checked the ordinance, and it is from Planning Commission's recommendation. I'm sorry, that is not Planning Commission's recommendation to include that language. It needs to be revised, or if the city council sees fit, to alter as you will, but, you're correct. It is a mistake by myself.
And just for clarification, that's where we started with the planning commission. It was in LDR, single family residential only. That's where we started, and on the floor, they amended it to take it away citywide. So that's where we started from.
Right, Jane and.
In response to Denise's argument, people in multifamily buildings have friends too that want to visit them. So, there's like in the neighborhood I live in, it's almost all single family. There's a few multifamily. And we juggle it around. I mean, sometimes 3 of us are having parties, so people are parking blocks away, and a lot of people ride their bikes there, So I think this, like if a developer wants to build a housing development, are we going to tell them if you build 3-bedroom townhomes that you have to have 3 parking spots? We don't want to do that. So it's, multifamily and single family, we all have friends. And a lot of them drive cars, so I don't see the difference where if you're not requiring it with multifamily, why would you require it with single family?
Bigger spaces to entertain in. That would be my answer.
Not my house.
Good, Anna.
Are you done? I'm done. Okay. I thought that was a really good quote. We are not in a parking crisis, we're in a housing crisis. Like almost everything else we do, this is something that if it turns out that developers are like, no way, I don't even want to think about developing something if there's no parking requirements, then we can turn around and make a change. But in the meantime, all of the statements of fact that we have heard tonight are accurate. The more concrete parking we build, the further apart everything gets. And a not inconsiderable thing in this climate crisis, that means we have huge islands of baking heat that are where it's magnified. I'm on Kitsap Transit Board, and this is something that Kitsap Transit, to get back to your point of access, like I'm not saying that you should take a bus to see your grandkids, but that if a need for public transit comes up, the Kitsap Transit is interested in doing more routes. But finally, we've all been together for years now, and our general consensus is that Planning Commission really knows what they're doing. Planning Commission has been studying this in a way that, like when I go to the dentist, I don't say, hey, here's what you ought to do. The Planning Commission voted unanimously, which is pretty impressive to me. And so, yeah, I guess those are my points. The statements of fact are accurate, unanimous Planning Commission. And if this doesn't work and it doesn't inspire development, then we can take another look at it. We're good at that.
Any other questions or comments? Michael?
So, I think that, with the price of especially a new construction single family home, it's being pretty high. I don't think that the people that are in the market for that are going to opt for a place that doesn't have parking. So it tells me that's what the market based is. The developer is going to know and he's going to put the space in. But on the flip side, we have like a neighborhood like New Hope, and I actually don't know how the parking came about there, but New Hope was the Habitat neighborhood. It just, okay, good, everybody's. And they have on-street kind of parking, and I don't know if they actually attributed an on-street spot to the thing, but when I look at the Harrison Heights area, that could be a possible solution there. So now you're because they'd probably put in some additional roads. I'm not saying to use existing roads as the parking solution, but anyways, New Hope's is another potential. We were able to get a little more denser housing in, and it made it affordable housing. And then they found a different solution as opposed to carving out, I don't know how many square feet a parking spot is. So it does give me a little pause, but I just don't see whole neighborhoods going in of single family homes without at least one parking spot. And you're right, garages don't count because people put junk in them. But where I could see it happening, like Mills Crossing, is pretty much adjacent to the Kitsap transit station. And now with it being affordable housing, probably falls into those 1 in 4 houses have, 0 or 1 car, or things like that. So there's sort of a case made for the denser housing and on transit hubs. That's where a developer could choose to do it. That would remove a barrier for creating affordable housing. So you know what? And if we do hit, and I'm always an unintended consequence guy, but if we do create this thing where it's like, well, that didn't work, well, you say, we screwed up and we fix it. That's what we can do. But I don't think the risk is that huge. Again, when we talked about rezoning and stuff, it's not like stuff's going to happen overnight. It's not like, we pass this and all of a sudden there's a broken neighborhood, no parking. It's going to be years. We're going to be all gone, you guys. Don't worry about it.
I mean, East Park, they have parking minimums up there.
Yeah.
Still, everybody parks on.
And actually, I will say, I can think of some neighborhoods in one of your districts over on east, north of 11. But there's definitely, I think they're like smaller places that like sailors are probably living in, and it's like that picture, they're parking on the lawn.
My neighborhood.
So yeah, sorry. I mean, nothing wrong with it, There's,
I would also add that it might make more space on our streets where people park on street by getting rid of Hulk vehicles that have been sitting there for years.
I've got 4 parking spots.
All right, but I mean, just
Can you steal the donut shop?
people park trailers on the streets and old non-running vehicles. And, it might get some of them cleared up.
So this concept here, then let's think this through. I'm not going to be able to persuade you to change your mind, but I want you to consider what's happened in the past. We've experienced it. We have neighborhoods with little to no off-street parking, and they all require parking permits that the city subsidizes, and that's for the detriment. That's for the benefit of the people that live on that street or in that community. And then other people, the streets belong to everyone, not just people that live in front of the street. That's a mindset a lot of people have. So if you allow developments to not require any off-street parking, how are you going to control the on-street parking? Are we going to expand the permit? Because people drive cars. You all drove a car here, maybe not you, Jen. You all drive a car here. This is reality. That your utopia, and if that's too strong a word, I apologize. But this idea that we're all going to be multimodal and walk and ride our bikes everywhere.
We'll be singing as we do it.
You guys all know what reality is. I don't have to tell you this. I don't even have to go any further. You know what reality is.
But a lot of those 2-hour zones are because of the shipyard not having any parking.
Fine, then the way you change that then is, and this was proposed years ago and it didn't work well for people running for political office. But the way you change that is you charge market rate for parking on the street. Your ordinance in here, by the way, says you can't do that for commercial. You look at it's in here. But that's the solution. The parking belongs for, so if there's a high demand, then you make a revenue stream out of that. Because if you do it this way, you're using public roads, you're using public money to subsidize not providing parking for your development. That's what you're doing. And right now you're telling me you're okay with that.
Well, it's new development, right? So they would be building a street or improving a street, right? So it's not like a street that everybody who built a house on my street, and it was a local improvement district, they paid for the street, they paid for the sidewalks, the curb and gutter, the whole thing. So are you saying to go back and now people who paid to build that should have to?
No, that implies that that's not the public right of way. In most cases, that's the public right of way. That's a dedicated street. So when something is built, you have public works, well, you are in public works. When something, they have to dedicate that to the street, it belongs to the public.
Right, yes, I agree, but I don't see, like, we do charge parking on streets of the shipyard workers over by Kiwanis Park, $10 a day to park there.
Yeah. So Garrett, help me out here. I think I just saw something here that says you can't do that.
I would just add that.
Okay, can we finish this? Do you know what I'm talking about in your ordinance? Sure. It's an existing ordinance that you have it in here.
Commercial parking isn't allowed in the zone unless it's specified. So
commercial parking. That is,
so you're renting out parking space.
Right, but the
Well,
city
that's what
can
we're doing.
charge, well, I guess
we have
he's,
existing parking facilities.
no, but we're talking about, allowing, charging a fee to park on the street. We do that, and this is not allowed.
Well, that's not on private property, which is what this ordinance.
Oh, I see. Okay, we're talking about people that have parking lots in their residential lots. I'm okay with that. I'm not allowing that.
I'd just like to add that in my district, almost the entirety of my district, there are very few garages, very few driveways. Almost everyone parks on the street. They don't have parking permits. We're not making money from it. That's how the houses were built.
we brought up Kiwanis and near Kiwanis, there's a bunch of houses that don't have driveways. And I know there's some that might have some alley access, but the way there's a section where it's like a steep hill and things like that. So they're parking on the streets. And, but I was just wondering if somebody could, staff, if obviously planning commission talked about this. Was there any aha moments, any piece of information that you could share that you thought, finalized it for them?
There's a lot of conversations about different routes you could take, whether it's goal-based parking, where you're talking about, if it's affordable housing, you can go parking in those situations or reduce parking. In the end, it seemed that speaking, summoning the planning commission's thoughts that no government regulation should replace a free market decision on how many parking spaces should be provided.
Are they a bunch of libertarians now?
And then in most cases, developments do supply the minimum number that would otherwise be required by the code. But the sightline report specifically calls out that a lot of government regulation is not necessarily attached to any reality-based finding. There's a specific parking requirement CTAC for square footage of butterfly and moth breeding facilities, as pointed out as being particularly maybe out of the realm, and that as this, rather than trying to fine tune that, leaving it up to the market was, I believe, the underlying thought.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody
How they
builds,
brought the liberals and the conservatives together. I get it. Okay, sorry.
Well, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid because I'm neither one of those. So
if, like the housing development at the top of Warden Road, they're all parking on the street. They all have garages, they all have short driveways. And people drive slower because the streets are.
It's traffic calming.
It is. So that's what chicane's.
Is that one of our goals?
I think we're at the point where we can move on because I'm not going to win this argument. I would be supportive of leaving that language in there for one parking spot in the residential area, but I don't think I have the support for that. So I'm going to listen to public hearing tomorrow, listen to the or on Wednesday, listen to the testimony. But right now I'm telling you, I'm not for this. I'm going to vote no.
Okay.
Yeah.
How we went into the planning commission
And that's why I'm so upset right now, because I came into this meeting tonight thinking that was there, and just, I'm not upset at you, Garrett.
You should be, it's my fault.
But no, but that's why I came in thinking, okay, I can give on this. I understand that. In fact, I want to be supportive of this, and that if you're downtown and we want to reuse these old buildings, they don't have parking because you go way back in time, there were horse and buggies, you know, whatever. We're not all buildings,
Wheels
but
for me to wooden.
so I get it. Let's not have that restriction. But when you're talking District 7, my district and residential area, I mean, this is a different world.
But nobody's gonna build a house without.
Please, but they can. Don't say nobody won't. They can. You cannot guarantee me that they won't. But if we have one parking spot as was planned, then you can guarantee me that there will be one off-street parking, and that's all I'm asking for.
Not a question. ADA access for buildings, is there still a minimum by some other law to have ADA access or?
That's listed in the ordinance, any requirements for an ADA or by the state of Washington. I know in the other ordinance, other portions for like family daycare require loading spaces consistent with the state.
Right.
So if the state of Washington or the federal require parking spaces, still be required.
Okay. All right. That helps. I'm just sitting here listening. No, it's good.
You have a brand new development and the developer says, I'm going to go market base. I don't need any parking. You have someone in a wheelchair that would love to live in that community, but there's no adequate parking for them.
But they could also build the street to accommodate on-street parking because they're building a new neighborhood.
The development my son lives in doesn't have any street parking, no street parking. There's some visitor parking. So yeah, there are, and that's, you know, that's ultimately going to be in the city of Bremerton when we annex, hopefully down the road. It's along the 303 corridor up by Buckland Hill.
Okay, good discussions. Sorry if I got a little animated. Just a little bit, kind of triggered me. I'm back down to quote unquote normal. Okay, so Mr. Jackson, are we ready to wrap this up? Or are you done?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go off my nose. So what we're gonna add to 55, we'll add the table things for the zoning. So 5513, we're gonna just correct it to what the planning commission recommended. And then there's no, we're gonna make an update to the presentation to make sure we talk about displacement, and we'll talk about the new law related to mobile home parks. And there was a couple changes to language related to the wetlands. We were simplifying that language, Garrett.
Getting rid of should.
Getting rid of should.
Right.
And fixing within the matrix and the documents itself to be non-vehicular. So that was the result.
And then the a couple typos I saw.
Oh, the tech we already fixed. We already did those.
And then there was a missing for an LOS to make an MLOS and one of the.
But that was a big.
That was a typo.
All we're doing
that was
the
in the
video to make sure that we capture. all
Okay.
of the-
I mean,
You're
it's
right,
like
right.
doing this all over again. What a fun job.
That
you
wasn't
have.
appendix F. Okay.
I really apologize for confusing the conversation by leaving that code section.
Yes, don't beat yourself up on it. It's okay. It's all good.
Extra discussion on it, so.
Yeah.
I think no other changes policy wise as a result of tonight. I didn't capture anything else.
Should note that in the downtown sub-area plan, talks about, there is a provision that was for satellite parking that should be removed. We're waiting until this parking conversation had been completed. There's a satellite parking provision that's kind of left over. And it's been erased from the BNC and other sections, but it remains in the downtown. We'd like council approval to remove that from the downtown sub-area plan with the ordinance.
Was that for commercial use or for residential or?
Any satellite parking. So that's removed. Since
Okay.
there's no parking requirement, there's no need for a satellite parking agreement.
So now, sorry to go back to this conversation. specific example, I remember there was, Andrew, I remember this, I both Jack here too. An owner wanted to open a coffee shop. The parking minimum came out to like 0.57. So they needed one parking space. They were looking at satellite parking to satisfy that. This is outside downtown 4. But is that no longer?
There's no minimum parking
Right.
requirement to satisfy. So there would be, you would need to enter into an agreement with the city on providing that on the other side.
So we talked about residential, but commercial.
There's no market-based parking is no parking requirement for any use.
So even a grocery store, right? Because I've done this a ton before of different, rates of parking per commercial development.
If that
And
wasn't clear.
like
yeah.
grocery stores have large parking minimum requirements.
Do they
And
still? Typically, they're double, half of the parking lots empty.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
And those are usually the grocery store themselves. Like if an Albertsons is going in for the square foot of store, they have their own stuff too.
Oh yeah, I'm not arguing either way. I
Yeah.
just feel like that didn't come up in conversation. I've had in my head residential the whole time and not commercial. So
No, I understood all commercials. I mean, now my understanding is everything is
There's no parking.
laissez-faire, is that a free market or whatever? It's,
Which would benefit that vision of housing along the 303 corridor.
Yes.
All those commercial, parking spaces that are just wasted property, could be used for residential, with a modicum of parking. And let's not forget, a lot of people are ordering their groceries now and having them delivered. The world is changing, and I have to keep reminding myself that.
So just really quick follow-up question. So residential is allowed along Wheaton, but not along Kitsap?
General commercial residential is allowed. Yeah.
It is an allowed use? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Be free.
So great work, really great work.
Garrett.
One more time from the top.
Get that man a cookie.
And accept again.
Okay, guys, I mentioned this last Wednesday that if it got late, we were going to punt on the council goals. So I'm asking for permission to punt on 1 and 2. We're gonna move those to the end of June, okay?
The end of
Yeah, we can move them to the end of June instead of having them on well, you know what? Let me discuss it with and look to see what our next study session, because if there's 2 council initiated things gonna be on the next study session, let me see how much room there, okay? And then I'll send an email out. All right. Okay, so then we'll turn to audit committee briefing. Anna.
Audit committee briefing. Jennifer Chamberlain was able to come to the first 40 minutes of this meeting, but via Zoom, which was really good because her schedule had not permitted her. Like she was on the phone for 10 minutes for one meeting. I was really missed having her there because I wanted her finance acumen to explain why we should be taking another look at the MFTE and what the impacts are. But she was at work and she had to go deal with customers. Mostly what we heard was updates on how the outreach communications manager cost benefit analysis is moving along. It's moving along well. We were thinking that it might even be wrapped up in June or July. When I brought up the MFTE, I repeated the things that we had heard here. And Marwan, we have 2 community members. Marwan said, well, I don't think that's our business. Can't we just give that back to council? And I didn't say anything. And our other community member said, yeah, I think council should take over this decision. And they said, can we do this? And I said, yeah, you can decline to put it on the work plan. And so I told them I would come back to them in June with a better analysis of the fiscal reasons why we should bring it to audit committee. because, yeah, you guys all know I am not the best finance person. So, I will bring it back to them, but so far the initial reaction was like, no, let's have council decide this.
So no worries, Jane and I are gonna do a presentation on it. So just
Great.
drop it. It's all good.
Other than that, audit committee is a wonderful place to be back.
Okay, thank you. Public Works, Jane?
The majority of our discussions was put on the consent agenda for tonight. A couple things though, on the 6th Street active transportation update, fire chief and the fire marshal, basically saying they don't like the idea of protected bike lanes because it could slow down their response time. Took a half an hour, but that was generally what they said. There is a grant opportunity that Gunnar talked to us about, and they found a consultant. Well, the consultant found us, and they're willing to write the grant and do the work of rechecking the status of all the streets in our town.
Paper analysis?
Yes, so they could do that with this grant money, or they could use it for the active transportation plan, which now they need another $150,000 to complete. But as we discussed it, it would take too long to get that grant money in, so we'd be waiting forever to do the active transportation. So we advised them that we thought they should move ahead with the pavement analysis application. So they have to get that in by the end of June. They're still working on the compliance.
Wasn't that
Oh,
finance?
wait a minute.
We talked about that at finance.
We did. I have that on my list.
I got it on my list right here, the SS4A grant opportunity.
Oops.
So maybe they talked about it twice.
Where'd Kylie go?
Whatever. Okay, so we all know about that. They came out with a draft traffic calming. I sent in quite a few comments. Jeff, did you send
I didn't sign
comments?
mine yet. I thought you were-
Okay, and because they need those comments as quick as possible. So Denise, if you have any, you could get your comments in on that too.
Will do.
Okay. And those were the major things that we discussed.
Okay. Parks, finance, investment, and parking.
Yeah, I got a number here. I'll try and be quick. The one I do want to spend some time on is we had a briefing from Washington City's Insurance Authority, which is our insurer since 2022. I think before that we were self-insured as a city. They kind of gave us lay of the land for statewide, which is Washington's kind of number 3 highest insurance for cities. There's no caps on really high verdicts. They've seen jury verdicts just go up and up and up for maximum damages. So that drives the cost up on insurance for cities. We talked about our current rates going up. So we're lumped in with a bunch of other cities for kind of our base rate. And they take basically the rate that's determined for us and the number of our FTEs, or number of people hours per year. And that's how much we pay. So some of the comparable cities are like Olympia, Richmond, Kirkland, Pasco. And so the base rate was 5%. So for that group of cities, just in general, it would have gone up 5%. Then, depending on how each city does and the number of their losses and their claims, you can go up or down by 15%. So if we're a city and basically we have no claims, we could be a net down by 10%. For us, the losses exceeded their expectation, going back to 2023 by 42%. 2023 losses were 3 times the previous year's losses. And the city court accounted for 66% of the total incurred losses and 80% of the losses in 2023. So the bottom line is that without the claims coming from the city court, we basically would have had 0% rate change or possibly even a rate reduction. But because of those claims, we're now looking at a total of 20% increase. And what that comes out to dollar amount is for this year alone, that's an extra 340,000 essentially due to all those claims coming from the city court. And as we go forward year after year, they look at the past 5 years for losses to determine costs. Just like if you have a great driving record for 5 years, you go down, but if you have some incidents in that time, your personal rates go up. So the real ballpark is that the large number of cases coming to the court, and we don't know, statute of limitations isn't out, so we don't know which ones may still be coming. We're likely looking at 500,000 to $1 million as a broad range of extra costs incurred to the city because these insurance rate increases from the city court. So questions I'll
And
pause,
that's
but
municipal court, right? The
the
municipal court.
Bremerton Municipal Court, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's disadvantageous.
Safe Streets for All, go for the pavement RMT grant for the region. Got a April update on the finances, looking at about 1.3 million under revenue unexpected for the year, 1.5 million under on expenses, but a 7% vacancy rate in positions. Have not folded in, obviously, these new insurance costs into our budget. So Mike will be bringing forward basically June, looking at mid-year budget update, touch base on all that. So it's just been nice to track though month after month kind of how we're looking. So bottom Sun Shore, as we go through budget season, we have not, we're not bringing in more money than we expected, put it that way. And then we talked about a lot of different revenue generating options if council wants to pursue it. I think, do you want me to run through kind of each one, Eric? I don't want to take a ton of time, but also at some point, sure, any direction on, which way to go. And then rely on you two to fill in any gaps. So housing, there was a 0.1% sales tax, SIA funding, the community investments in affordable housing. That was one that came out a few years back. It's an example where the county passed an ordinance to collect that funding before the city did. So every Bremerton resident is still paying for that sales tax, but it's going for the county to use. So, not to say they aren't spending dollars in Bremerton for affordable housing, but we lost control of that revenue because the city didn't act fast enough. So just keep that in mind as we go forward, because on transportation, we talked about this previously. Right now, car tabs are $20. We could councilmatically raise it to $40. That is one that the county could do it first, and then we lose out on that revenue. There's also, for the Transportation Benefit District, you can go up to a total of 0.3% sales tax. We can councilmatically do the first 1/10 of it, have to go to the voters for the other 2/10. And Mike was going to look into if you do one councilmatically between the car tab and the benefit district, can you do the others at either or? So we're looking at that.
And the $50 the $50 change in law with a cap.
I missed that one. Yeah.
From 40 per vehicle. They changed the state law to up to 50, but Mike thought maybe $10 up.
You have to go, I believe you have to go to vote if you're gonna exceed your $20, you have $20.
That's what I remember, yeah.
50, I believe you have to go to vote for it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So I'm gonna write them to possibly extra 10 if go to voters. Perfect. There's option to do a 0.1% for public safety. We need to check if that's councilmatic or voters still. But that's another one where the county could scoop us if we don't act on it fast enough. And then again, Bremerton citizens are still paying it, but it's going to the county instead of us. There's also parks. We talked about there's options to do Metro Parks District, levy lid lift, development impact fees. Otherwise, there's not a lot of dedicated parks revenue pursuing. We talked about increasing permitting fees, which I believe that any increase in permitting fees has to go back to DCD. So fees for permitting and have to go back to to staff, but I have heard from folks in the building community, like, hey, we're happy to pay extra permitting fees if that helps get more staff and faster turnover and more predictability. So it's something to consider. And then we could also do just a straight up levy lid lift on property tax. You know, look at before going to voters for it. Anything I missed on kind of all the options out there?
Well, there's possibility of development fees on more than parks.
True, because that could go back into residential streets or, yeah.
So what do you guys propose on doing? Doing more research and then presenting in front of the council or what?
Yeah, we could do that. I just said I'd kind of present here and see what folks want, and council as a whole is willing to entertain.
I've been asking for some time that we could get a presentation from Public Works on if we did increase that to $40, what extra services could they provide? And so I don't know if you want them sitting here or them just telling Public Works this is what we could do, and then we reporting back to you.
Right. The question is time of the essence. I don't know if it is.
It is.
You really believe that the 3 county commissioners are going to scoop us?
They're broke.
Yeah.
They're in as bad, if not worse shape than we are. So I am nervous about letting that go too far.
How about this?
I don't think we have to do it in July.
Since you've had this discussion, and we had this here with the rest of the council, I feel comfortable. Let me have a separate off-camera discussion with our finance chair and ask, or our finance director, and see what his approach would be.
I thought that our finance director was going to present to council the mid-year budget review status and all that, and in that presentation go through the options and maybe make recommendations. Is that what you're thinking, Eric?
Yeah, let me just have a offline discussion with him.
Yes,
okay.
But I would say if there was going to be a priority, it's the ones that could be scooped that we consider quickest options.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I just would say too, though, if we're gonna raise fees, I want to be careful where that happens. And like, you know, I'm not really interested right now with the economy and things like that in, you know, is adding some sort of tax for the parks. But if it's to take care of something like public safety, we just have to sort of prioritize. You know, now if money can come in and then money that we use in the general fund can get moved, but I don't also feel the urgency to collect car tabs to double the length of pavement restoration we do in a year, because I don't think that's, you know, when people are concerned with their home budgets, I just want to, you know, before we take money from
Understood,
them.
but you also have to weigh with potential. Now, the county's had this tool in the toolbox for many years to be able to double, and they haven't done it so far. So, but yeah.
I'm much more concerned about raising sales tax than raising car tab fees.
Actually, I take the car tab. I'm for that, to be honest.
And then there's carrots that we could give people if you get your car tab and you get a sticker. If we ever start charging for parking in parks in Bremerton, it's like, well, you don't have to pay because you live in Bremerton and you registered your vehicle.
Well, and I just want to remind people, we're talking like if we raise more money, we're going to spend it on more things. And I'm fully prepared to be looking at a budget that tells us we need to raise more money just to pay for the things we're already doing.
Yep, I agree.
Right.
The Transportation Benefit District has to be spent on transportation related items.
Yes.
So one possibility would be, and something that would make people happy, is yes, your car tab fees are going up, but you know how you complain about speeding all the time? We're going to spend this money on traffic calming and sidewalks. These are the things you've been asking for. This is what we're going to use it for. So
Your presentation for overall. Yeah.
I'd love to hear that presentation. Thank you, Denise.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We talked about Astound and then parks update, chicken butt, Kitsap Lake Tree open up the phospholock treatment. Haddon Park, picnic tables are on their way.
Any idea on when Lulu Head might open?
You preempted me. No, so close. Haddon, the contractor's delayed. So the contractor's gotten delayed. Park staff are jumping into action and taking over what the contractor's not doing.
Because of PSC,
Yeah.
That's a PSC.
Yeah, because PSC.
It's been PSC's fault.
And they need to finish the irrigation and lighting and get that run before they can get the wood chips in, before the park can be open.
You were,
Okay. So Parks is doing everything they can. I can, on them. Pros plans near in close to internal development draft. So, yeah.
Good. Other regional, other committee board meetings?
Kitsap Transit was canceled.
Okay. So my update is after last Wednesday study session, Mayor Wheeler on Thursday, city engineer Ed Lever and myself, remember, we went down to Shelton, met with the commissioners, and then the county administrator talked about potential ILA for extending sewer service to PSIC area. It was a great meeting as the start, and they appreciated our being upfront and honest or whatever. They generally enjoyed meeting us, Mayor Wheeler and I. I mean, that's what they were saying. It was like, wow, this is great. And so more to come. They got to crunch some numbers, but it was a promising meeting. It was a really good meeting. And then other general council business. So I've been texting with Christine here. Let's go June 11th with those two updates. I'm talking about updates on council goals. And because we have update on pool, fish barrier removal, MFT discussion, and lodging tax resolution to discuss. So far that's their agenda. So we got room. So anything else for the good of the order?
Quick one is talked to Tony Ayers today. So KRCC has like 9 board members, and 3 of which are supposed to be elected officials. Right now, they don't have anyone from Bremerton. And as we talked about it, I was going to bring forward the suggestion that if his board agreed, they could set aside one of those elected positions as someone from Bremerton, ideally a council member.
You mean KCR?
KCR, thank you. Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, God, sorry.
We're not at
Kitsap Community Resources, KCR, yeah. And so that could be, if they agree, position that the council president is every year, like all the other committees.
Okay.
So if folks are
run it by legal, but I think we're okay with it as long as we run it by legal, right?
Yeah. And then it takes out, that they're like, oh, hey, do you want to be at this year? If you want to be on, it's just
I think Leslie Dowgs used to sit on it.
She did.
Yeah, she used to. Yeah.
She recused herself.
Yeah, it wasn't a city council appointment. It was personal.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anything else for the order?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think you've led a really good meeting.
Despite my emotional outbreak.
Well, sort of.
You're a loose cannon, Eric.
That's only because it's so
That makes you human.
You're allowed to be passionate too, Eric Younger.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Reminder that the council meeting will be on next council meeting Wednesday, June 4th, starting at 5:30 p.m. First floor meeting chambers, Norm Dix Government Center. Public's invited to attend in person or remotely. Anyone wishing to speak during public recognition via Zoom must submit their request through the city clerk by calling 360-473-5323 at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Folks, this meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Good night.
The emotional outburst. You should